Alright, hello, how's everybody doing today? So, back to career here. So, we are at the career base. Go ahead and helicopter sitting on its ass, so we'll fix that eventually. I did a little bit of work on the Cape House here, so I'll update that at some point. I need to get this vehicle out of here before we do that, but we did buy this island last time, so that is done. Let us see what we want to do here. We have a fire at the lighthouse. Let's go ahead and do that. Start with that fire, and then I need to get this out of here to be able to put the new version in anyway. I got to work on some stuff to keep these from tipping up like this. All right, let's see. Make sure all my settings are correct. Vehicle damage is on. Player damage. Map vehicles can go. No clip is off. Alright, let's go ahead and... I'm sick of fog. I've been fogging like crazy lately. I'm not interested in it. We'll run some sunny day. Run day for a little while here. We'll shut that off. I'll let it go through the time, but I'm sick of the fog. I really am. Alright, let's go ahead and I'm going to head over to Raptor's Lighthouse. Let's see, what do I want? Nav strobes. Alright, let's go up. 250's fine. Alright, that should be good. Oh, do I not have a disconnect? Shit, I don't have a disconnect on this, so let me put that on the to-do list. So I don't have a button in the cockpit to disconnect from the attachment system. So that is something I do need. So let's go ahead and let's set the autopilot all the way up for what I need. So we need, let's go, its current heading here is 090, so let's go 090. And we'll go ahead and let's only do like 50 feet. Let's do less than that. Let's do, I don't know, 50's fine. All right, let's go altitude, heading, hold, autopilot. All right, so that way I can go manually detach this. I will add that button so that I can detach from the cockpit. There we go. Come on, quickly do it, you dickhead. There we go. All righty, so that's up. I gotta add the button so I can detach manually, or from the cockpit rather. And I gotta turn no clip back on to get back in there. All right, so let's go. It's coming for me here, so get coming. Here coming. All right, there we go. All right, let's get out of here. All right, let's go back up. 250. Have GPS heading. All right, let's get out of here. Need to do some cockpit work on this. We shall work on that later. That's a good base location. I like that base. Did a little bit more PID tuning on this, so this is not the most recent version of this. We'll pick up the most recent version next we end up at a base. Alright. I still have Tarkov open. Let me close Tarkov. I don't need two games running at once. So I'm looking forward to getting this this land base going here. That's always fun to build those, and it's a little bit something special to have your own base. I like doing that. Kind of haven't done that in a while, so it'd be good to get back into. Alright, coming up on Raptors here, trying to get all my crafts done on Tarkov. Spend more time in the hideout in Tarkov than in-game. Hideout simulator. we go. Let's get back to stormworks here. Zero that out. Alright, let's go into Raptors. We'll go do this mission. We'll find... Might be able to despawn this over at north here. That'll be the most efficient. So I worked on the yaw a little bit. I'm a little bit restrained on yaw, so I need to work on that. Yeah, my yaw is real funky. I gotta play with that. Need a parking brake on this. Need a bunch of stuff. Alright, there we go. Let's do that. Let's grab the extinguisher of fires and head on out. Why don't we heal ourselves up here because we're inevitably going to get hurt. What's up there, dude? Oh, you going to stand as close to the fire as humanly possible? Thanks, guy. Appreciate that. Consistent whining by people about the pressurization update is so tiring. It really is. There we go. Alright, let's see if there's a gift in here for us. We shall take that. Hey, look at that. There's a gift right there. Alright, 65 hundo on cash. That pays for my medical bills for getting burned there. Got any more presents or treats in here for me there, guy? Oh, Jesus, what are you up to there, guy? Go, let's grab you. Let's see how many we need to shag out of here. 2, dough. We got 2. Curious if it's this dude here. Nope. Alright, nope. That guy, and then there might be another one here somewhere. Oh, there's more loot. Look at that. What do you come with there, son? Let us get out of here. When you come on. Come on there, friend. Let's get out of here. Now, you need a little bit of this good juice here. A little bit of the juice. Now, this guy's got an eye patch. He's already been through it. Alright, let's not walk into the rotors. Alright, let's spool it up. And we'll head to the hospitals right here. I don't need the autopilot. What's happening? What's happening there, Fiat? How are you? Just doing a rescue. Alright, give me that green light there, son. There we go. Alright. This thing is so fuel efficient. I wonder if I should just unrestrict it a little bit. Pull a little bit of gearing off. I might do that. We'll see. And get a little bit more performance out of it. At the expense of a hair of fuel. I might do that. I'm probably working this helicopter a little bit. Yeah, I think we're a little bit restricted on the on our engines, and so they're not as responsive as I would like. See, like I'm struggling here to maintain altitude because I'm not fast enough yet to where the control surfaces take over. So I think what I'll end up doing is we'll pull down the gear ratio on the rotors. I think that will help us out a little bit. That might help some of the issues we're having. Oh, you're still following me, huh? Let's go. Go, go, go. Right, so put some stuff on what I need for this helicopter. Might go right into the custom game, and we'll work on that helo a little bit. I've got a bunch of stuff I want to do on that, so we might do that next. Let's build in the build series here. That's fine where you're standing there, guy. Take that. All right. All right, let's do that. Let's go ahead and we'll save this here. What are we talking here? 25. Okay, 25. All right, let's go ahead. We'll load up the custom game. We'll work on some stuff here. I'll start making the list, get this kind of tuned up a little bit. So let's find the orange helo. All right, so things we want to do here is I think I'm going to reduce gear ratio on engine. All right, so that will take some of the load off of the engine, allow the rotors to go a little bit faster. Currently, my issues are, like, when I'm trying to yaw, I don't have as much yaw authority as I would like. So that should help free that up a little bit and make it a little bit more responsive as the the rotors can move a little bit faster and the rear propellers move a little bit faster. We'll do that. We'll burn a little bit more fuel, but this thing is insanely fuel efficient. I think it burned 200 liters of fuel to go from FJ to the Arctic. So I have no issue burning a little bit more fuel to get that. Let's do parking brake. Parking brake. Then we want to do attachment release. Attachment release button. All right, so we'll start with that at least. Jump the dog. All right, and then this is the new version of that orange helo anyway, so we'll keep adding to it. Get it a little bit spruced up. All right, so let's look at the gear ratio first. So we have, here's the gear ratios going up to the rotor. And so that is a 3:1, 9.5. So 27 divided by 5. That's a 5.4. So let's knock that down. So let's knock that down. Let's see. If we go up a 9.5 and down a 3.1, that's, what is it? That's a 5.1. So that's 5.1 right there. So let's run that. We'll try that, see how that behaves. So that is from a 5.4 to a 5.1. So that will take a little bit of the load off the engine. Yeah, we'll see how our yaw works now. How's it going there, Dutch truck guy? Hello, hello. I really like, that is Basilicious's, those Basilicious's gauges. Let me see if I can find them real quick. Let me see if I can find them right jolly quick. Yeah, that's pretty much the only workshop stuff I use, Basilicious gauges. But this is it right here. Modular 6-pack steam gauges. If I knew Lua well enough, I'd make some myself, but I do not, and I don't want to take the time to learn it that much. Alright, let's fly this a little bit, see how it behaves now. Okay, it already feels more responsive. Yeah, it's already more responsive. So, like, the engine being overburdened, you know, will make it less responsive. And so I'm gonna probably, I might even, like, my yawing is already better, so I'm probably gonna knock it down even more. Like, we went, let me see where we went to. We didn't go that much higher on the RPS. About, say, about 6. Let's put that back the way it was and see where it revs to. So that was like 590. Let's go. All right, let's see what it was on this. So I want to get it up a little bit, like say 650 maybe. See if we can get 650 RPS on that. All right, we'll let that spool up. How's it going there, Chris? How are you? Hello, CG. How are you? Yeah, like some of the, like I don't really make, I usually make all my own XML stuff just because I don't put too much of it in, but yeah, it's definitely convenient when you don't have to do that stuff, but I pretty much do very basic XML. I don't do too much. I like to play the game as vanilla myself. Now let's see where we're at there. So that's 624. We gotta fly it to see what it's gonna do. I really didn't check it. So it's, yeah, let's see where we're at here. That's about. Alright, so let's really cut that down. Let's see where the engine is. Let's actually see. Are we burdened or not? That's the question. So let's find the engine micro. Could boot that engine micro up a little bit. Where the hell is it if I can find it? Where the hell are... Oh, it's probably this one, I think. Yeah, that's it. Alright, what are we revving up to? I gotta check it out. Flight RPS is 8. Let's try banging that up and see if that will go up a little bit. Again, the higher the gear ratio, the more efficient it's going to be. So if I can change that and get it to go. So this will tell me if my... What? See if my engine's burdened or not. So we can tell by the RPM. So if it's still around 6 and change, it means that we're burdened. If it's higher, it means that we're not overburdened. All right, that's already running a little bit higher. Good. So that's running a little bit higher. So let me do the quick math. About 6 1/4, so 625 divided by 60 is 10.4. And then, so that's 10.4 times 5.4. So we're right below 60. I really don't want my rotors over 60, so let's boot this up just a little bit more. Let's go flight RPS to, I don't know, it's 12. Let's just go right to 13. There we go. See if we can get around 650. That'd be 10.8. So 10.8 would be 54. So it's right around 6 1/4. So likely so I gotta read the actual art. So the RPM is not going up anymore, and so likely we're overburdened. So let's see. Let's drop this then. Let's go down and let's go up. So that's going to be a 5 to 1. Let's see if that goes up now. But likely we're a little bit overloaded. So if, you have a certain amount of load, the engine can only has so much muscle. So unless you drop the load, it's not going to actually start to accelerate anymore because it just doesn't have the muscle for it. So by cutting down the gearing, we're removing the load on it so that essentially allowing it to have more muscle. Alright, so a little bit higher there. It was at 6 1/4, now we're at 630. Let's keep it going up. So let's see. 5.2, let's go down to 9.5. 5 times 9, 45 divided by, what's the other one I have? So 10. 10, so 4.5. That's the 4.5. So that should drop it from a 5 to a 4.5. Not should, it will. Alright, so that should unburden it a little bit. Hello, Citrus, how are you? Nope, not bigger engine. No space. I don't need a bigger engine. I just cut down the gear ratios and increase the RPS on it. 2 ways to make power. You can have a bigger engine or you can have a faster engine. So what I'm doing is speeding up the engine to get more power. So now we're up to 640. So that's getting more where I want it. Why are we at low RPM? Why is that reading low RPM? That's weird. I gotta see what's dictated. That might be rotor RPS. Let's see how we behave now. Okay, so that's killed the rotor RPS too much. All right. So I've skunked my rotor RPS a little bit. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I've skunked my rotor RPS doing that. So we're on the hairy edge of where we can be on this. What's my air injection look like on this? Let's see. So I kind of skunked this. Let's try something here. Go the other direction really quick and see what we can do there. That's going to be a 6-1. I've taken too much rotor RPS off, so we're starting to lose power that way. So it's a balancing act. I don't have any space for a bigger engine. I don't really want it. So let's see where we're at. So that was at 60. The problem was we got up to 635. Divided by 60, that would be 10.5, and then we're at a 4 or 5, so it would be times 4.5. That would be a 47, so we knocked the rotor RPS down too much. So right now we're at 616. And what the hell did I put in there? 6. So it would be 616 times 6. Now we have a... Fuck off. 616 divided by 60 is 10.2 times 6. That's at 61.5. So this balance is giving us better rotor speed. So I might have my yaw just too restricted. So we've got a little bit better rotor speed now. So I'm knocking down the RPM a little bit too much on this because it's so burdened, but I think we'll be all right. You know, I did add that extra propeller on the rear for torque, and the problem is that adds quite a bit of resistance. So, alright, so let's see what my yaw's doing. My yaw's not terrible, but let's see if I have it restricted somewhere, and I'll see what I can do to increase it just a hair. Alright, let's see. Where would you be restricted? Let's check in the coax here. Let's see. Let's check this clamp here. So we have collective. This is for yaw. Here's desired yaw. That is okay. This is right here is the issue. Let's increase this to 2.5. 2.5 there. What are you? You are nothing at the moment. Okay. What is that all about? Okay, am I running nothing on that? Why is that? That's weird, man. See what I'm doing here. How is that not plugged in? That's interesting. Oh, okay, this is the inversion. Okay, I just have an inversion in there for no reason. All right, I'll clean that up at some point. So I've gone from 0.1 to 0.25, so that's increased the max yaw ability there. So that we could fix some of that. That's gonna mean I gotta go back and probably tune a bunch of the values on my autopilot, but whatever. Again, it's what has to be done to make it fly correctly. I only use module engines. Hello, Trippa, how are you? On the Twitch. Yep, appreciate you over there as well. Always module. How do you get a module engine to work on a helicopter? Like, what do you mean? It's no different than any other engine. I don't know what you mean by how do you get it to work in a helicopter. So it's a little bit more responsive now that I've got a faster rotor speed, a little bit more yaw controllability here. Probably unrestrict that even more. Yeah, we'll unrestrict that some more. Let's go to 5s. Cursor. If I could find my friggin' cursor, that'd be a blessing. All right, let's go there. I'm gonna get rid of these friggin' inversions. Trying to see what is up with this. What is this about? I'm trying to remind myself why I did this. Collected from gyro. Okay. Okay, this is a smoothing stage there. Okay, and then I'm just adding yaw. Why the fuck do I have it like this though? That's the question to me. What is going on here? This is weird to me. This is being weird to me. Alright, let's go up to 5 here. This is strange. I don't know why I have it set up like this. So this is a smoothing stage for the collective. That's what that is. And then we're taking the collective when we're adding it to the yaw. Try to see why this is disconnected. Okay, that's adding there. That's interesting. Oh, right here. Here's the inversion. Nope, not doing inversion there. I don't know what I've done here, but it's working. I'll have to... Oh, okay, here's the upper roll right there. All right, dry roll there, upper roll. All right, I see what I'm doing. All right. So unrestricted it some more, made it 0.5 on the yaw. Because yaw was just wicked minimal. And again, I usually take these controllers from another build. And so, for example, if they have bigger rotors that are moving faster, then I don't need as much yaw. Because they have, you're moving a bigger blade. And so as it, this has different dynamics, this has different weight. And so it might, because it's moving the smaller blade, maybe moving slower, you need to actually have higher deflection to be able to move it. Doing some career and working on this helicopter, trying to get it tuned up more. So I gotta work on that low RPM light. Let me fix that. Change low RPSM light. Alright, I gotta change just the area for that. So on my truck config, they have a max obligated. Max obligated, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like the RPM range you want to change gear at? So like, for example, if I'm driving a rail truck and I'm going to shift at, say, 1600, I would put 2 conditions. I would say you have to have the, you have to have the accelerator down, and you'd have to have it at 1600 before it would shift. And then you either put delay in there. Okay, so now my yaw is much better. Much more yaw control here, so that was just, I had restricted it. That's the only negative thing about going from build to build and using the same panels, is as they change dynamics, you have to do that. Collective might be a little bit restricted. I gotta play with that. Alright, so let's check this out on autopilot to make sure it's going to behave itself. Again, because I spent forever tuning this. It actually wasn't too bad to tune this. Let's go, whatever, let's do 200 feet. No, let's do 200 feet. Thanks, guy. There we go, right there. Alright, so the issue with these type of vehicles, this has to be stable in hover mode, and it has to be stable in forward flight. And the whole dynamics change. And so, for example, this is pretty stable right now in hover mode. I have the heading set at 180. It's exactly on 180, so it's right on the money. I have this set to 200 feet. It is within 1 foot, so we know it's nice and stable. Now, they changed it to 270. This is where, like, the tuning can become a pain in the ass, because this is going to try to overshoot, but I have a high D value in here. As you notice, that high D value is 10. It pretty much stopped us right at 170. So, like, if you watch this when I rotate, it's going to go very fast for 180. Watch what it does when it gets close. See how it stops itself? That's because of the D value. Now, when I do that with forward flight, it is going to overreact and it's going to oscillate. So I have to pretty much get rid of the D value down to, I think I used 0.05. So because we're moving quickly forward and because of other flight dynamics, we have to worry about that. That doesn't work. And so, for example, let's start going forward. And we'll keep the same numbers in. Alright, so here comes forward flight. It is going to do a little bit of a left bank there just to try to account for it. Alright. So likely the D value is too high now because I increased the yaw value. And so likely even that 0.05 D value is too high. That's why it's oscillating. All right. So what I want to do is go back in there and fix that. So let's chop it. I don't want to completely get rid of it, but I want to chop it a little bit. So let's go put the PID tuner in there. Oh, come on, you prick. Press the right buttons. There we go. So that's all D-value issues I have there. So when it's in hover mode, it needs that D-value to be able to not greatly overrun its target. When it's in forward flight mode, it barely needs any D-value to do the same thing. So I have to keep that in mind. That goes there. Let's see. Composite right there. All right, let's fix this. Shit, this is actually gonna be a pain in the ass. We'll just test that out. So like this is how I'm doing it. So once we go over 15 meters per second, it will automatically start to reduce us from the 10, which is the D value when we're in hover mode, down to a D value of 0.5. All right, so what I'm going to do is manually go in here, and I'm going to manually control for the D value, and that will allow me to figure out where that D value should be in forward flight. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start out in hover mode, which is 10. And then once I get moving forward, we'll go ahead and we'll reduce that to whatever the new value is going to be. And it's because I unrestricted, you know, it used to be the yaw could only go to 0.1. So because it could only go to 0.1, it never had enough deflection to upset the aircraft to make it oscillate. Because I now increased that from 0.1 to 0.5, it can now deflect enough to put it in an oscillation loop, and so I have to go back and edit that up. All right, so yep, we're up and running here. Let's get this up. So now it's a little bit jumpier on collective because the rotors are spinning faster, but it's not bad. You know, it just gives me a little bit more strength and more responsiveness. So 180. All right, let's just do 200 feet. All right, so now let's so we'll do the hover test again. The hover test should be exactly the same as it was last time. It holds 180 nicely. We're gonna go to 270. You should see it will turn to 270, and it will quickly stop itself before it overshoots because of that high D value of 10. Perfect, right on there. All right. Now the issue being, as we start going forward, you'll notice the oscillation comes in. So there comes the oscillation. All right, so now what we want to do is I'm going to go sit in the back, and I'm going to play with that, if I can get back there. There we go. We're going to start playing with this D value. I'm going to get it down. So 0.5 was where I had it before. That is, let's see, 0.5 is not bad, actually. It's not too bad. Let's drop it to 0.25, see if it behaves itself. That's better. All right, let's go ahead and sit in here. Now I have to stop us, put us back into hover mode. And I'm going to leave it in the new 0.25 mode. All right, so now watch what happens when the D value is too low. All right, so the D value is too low. All right, so see how we overshoot? Overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, undershoot. That's because the D value is too low in hover mode, all right? So now, let's say we go to 180. Watch what it does when we have too low of a D value. It's going to overshoot like a mother, and then it's going to come back. And then it's going to overshoot. Then it's going to come back, and it's going to go in this long oscillation loop. But when we go in forward flight mode, that lower number should be better, and it should reduce the oscillation. Let's see what 0.25 looks like in this. So nice. You see a little bit of oscillation, but it's minimal. Actually, probably want to knock that down just a hair. Let's knock it down some more. Fucking altitude's a problem. Let's fix the altitude here. This is why you just go up to 1,000 feet, because I'm gonna have to dive over mountains. So you see the 0.25 value is now too high, again, because we have more deflection. So let's just go point, fuck off, 0.05. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, so sometimes you can't just change the number there because it's stuck in an oscillation loop, so just kill the autopilot for a second, let it settle out, and then reapply the autopilot and see if it goes back in. If it does, that means you're going to stay in that oscillation loop. So let's go in here, let's go 0.01. Let's sit in a seat that I can actually do everything from. I'll be thrilled. There we go. My autopilot's going back on. That's going to be too much still. All right, let's go 0.01. Let's really go crazy low on that. You still want to overshoot like a bastard. All right, so we gotta work on more than the D value for this forward flight, unfortunately. Or I gotta knock down the shit. I don't want to knock down multiple values. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Probably going right to 0 and see what she wants to do. Yeah, the D value is not gonna cause the problem there. All right, so let's go back to 10 and see if I can run. We'll change another value on there. What is... No, I can't change the p-values. All right, fuck. I need to just hook up the whole PID and do it again. That's all because I changed how much the yaw can go. So now the yaw can go more, so it can overrun. So again, PID needs to be retuned. All right, so let's go in here and let's work all my numbers again. All right, so these are the current, these were the numbers. There's 16 and 4 zeros and a 1. Let me make sure those are written down. So, all right, let's see. This is the set I'm working with. So 16 4 zeros and a 1, 10, and then 16 4 zeros and a 0.5. So I've got the numbers written down, so we'll go through and we'll retune these. But not a huge deal. It's just that every time you change how much deflection you can have, you're gonna have to go back and you're gonna have to PID tune. All right, so we'll set this up for hover mode. It should be 0.16. Should be, that's good there. This was 10. So these numbers work really well in hover mode. This is why sometimes like an aircraft that transitions its mode of flight can be complicated, because it behaves differently for obvious reasons. You know, as you're switching from rotors to control surfaces, the control surfaces have the ability to control you more or less, so then the values need to be more or less, you know, because essentially, you know, it's like you're gaining strength. And so when you're stronger to move a 5-pound weight, you don't need to exert as much force. You need to exert less force to move it the same amount as you would. So just look at my tutorials for the Module Engine tutorial series. A helicopter is pretty dead easy. You're not changing the RPS generally. So what you want to do is go to the Module Engine tutorial series and stand by, I'm trying to do this too. Make a helicopter, do an engine, and then you want to find, again, you want your rotors around but not exceeding really 60 RPS. So if your engine's at 20, you can go a max of 3-to-1 gear ratio on that. Because if you went over that, it would exceed 60. And then, so that will tell you how much RPS you need to your engine. So, like, if you made your engine go 10 RPS, then you want a 6-to-1 gear ratio would get you close to 60. Like this right now, I'm around 10 RPS. So right there is 589. So 589, right? God damn it. 589 divided by 60 is 9.8 RPS, right? And currently on there, I have I believe I have a 6-to-1. So it'd be 9.8 times 6. So that's 58.89 RPS going to the rotors. So helicopters are dead simple because the engine just sits at that RPS. Now I have a button that puts me in ground idle, and all that does when I'm sitting on the ground, it reduces the RPS to whatever value I set so that it burns less fuel and then it can't take off. That's all I do. All right, so again, we're going to test these numbers. We know these numbers work well. Here's 180. Let's go 270. Again, this is hover mode, so watch that nice high D value will stop us before we go to 70. We don't overrun. We go to 180. And it stops us before we hit it and go over it. All right, so that works beautifully. But then we go into forward flight mode. And it's going to start an oscillation. Likely. All right, so there's the oscillation. So we're going to play with the numbers, and we're going to get this down. So for a second here, I'm just going to kick off the D value. Again, we tested this before. That was not enough. See, it goes back in oscillation, even though I've got that D value cut down. If we went even higher, you notice it moves the oscillation higher. So we want something in there. So let's try the 0.5 value again. It's almost settled on that. The problem is when it overruns, it will misbehave. So when it goes past 180, it will misbehave. So that's generally an I value issue. So let's see. So we got, you see, a tiny bit of oscillation there. Let's try, do a quarter of that. Cut a little bit out. So see, when it goes past 180, when it goes past the set point, it's going to start to misbehave. And so let's actually go back up to 0.5. Let's go up to 1,000 feet, because now I have to worry about this friggin' mountain again. Go up to 1,000 feet and let it settle out, and we'll fix this. So again, there's some different strategies here. Like, if I can't just do it with the D value, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the D value back, and then I'm going to start working. Likely cut down the P value and increase the I value a little bit. It's not terrible either. It's a small oscillation. The problem is it can get stuck in an oscillation loop where it's a real bitch. It's not terrible, you see, but the problem, you see it's ramping up an oscillation. Eventually it will likely go wiggy. So what I'm going to try to do is, let's try knocking it down to 0.14. There we go. That's fixing the oscillation. Oscillation's looking good. Let's go ahead and make a turn to 270. Because I don't want to neuter this D value too much, or else it will overshoot the target. So we want that to stop as close to 270 as possible. Little overshoot's fine, but ideally, like the other one, it never overshot. We would like it to do that, but Alright, here it comes on 270. Let's see what it does. Bingo. This is friggin' gorgeous. This might work in hover mode. The D value is going to have to be different. There's no way I can run a 10 on D value in forward flight mode. You notice that we are overshot. It does not want to fix it, so I want a little bit better accuracy than that. So let's try. I don't want to move multiple values. This is the problem. Let's see. I don't want to screw with the eye if I can avoid it. Let's try going back up to... Try that. I want to get that right on 270. Yeah, it's not going to... I doubt it does it with just P value. It's, yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna like that. So let's do 0.5. I'm trying to keep that D value in reasonable range. Let's go 0.14 again. Let that settle out. Let's play with the eye just a little bit. Let's check where it is. I think it's 4 and a 1. Yeah. Okay. That's way overshooting, and it's not coming back. I need to let it to settle first. It needs to settle, but I want that. I want more accuracy than that, especially this high-speed forward flight mode is the most critical to have it accurate to where you're heading, because think about it, if we're going to the Arctic and we're 2 degrees off, that is going to put us way off course. You know, hover mode is actually, I give less of a shit of how accurate it is, because like you're just sitting there hovering. But when you're going long distance, a 2-degree change can be huge, you know. So you got to be careful with that. So let's see what. I hate how this doesn't show me the digits and I have to page up. 12, okay. Let's do 13. Let's go real slow with this. So again, I'm trying to get that to come down to, this needs to be on 270. It needs to be within 1 degree of where it needs to be. Okay, so I might have been overshooting it. I was overshooting it just a hair. Okay, let's try that. I was overshooting it. Put an extra 0, you ding dong. There we go. Alright, that is getting close. Let's just go right to 6. That's on the money. Alright, let's do a turn. So I'm doing 90-degree turns because those are reasonably big turns. See how it's behaving. Alright, so see that the D value was high enough that it stopped us from overrunning the set heading. Bingo. These are our new numbers. Ooh, let's see. 7, 9. You're gonna go. I need you back on. Come on, get within. It's within 1 degree, but I need it within that degree. I need it like a 1/4 degree. See, you know, when it's on GPS, the bearing will control it, so the bearing will do that, but you will be homing instead of being on course. So I gotta be careful with that. Let's see. Yeah, we're overshot here. What? What? I didn't put in the number? What? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. That's within the accuracy that I needed on. See how it's within like a fraction. That's where I need it. So what do we have there? We have I'll take some screenshots. All right, let's do this. So this is my new one. Is going to be 508. All right, 0.5. That's good. 0.14. Let's see if we can make the hover mode stay at 0.14. If that works in hover mode, I'll be happy. So let's go ahead and let's do one more turn to 270. I need to fix the, I need to fix my altitude. No, we're actually right on the money. We're perfectly on the money with the altitude. Altitude's fixed. So let's watch what it does when we turn to 270. It should not overrun it. It should stop. It should then acquire 270 on the nose. Now, with the increased ability to have more yaw, look at that. That's gorgeous. So it's a little bit off, but again, oh shit, now you're 2 degrees off, you bitch. Now it's 3 degrees off. Come on, fix. That could be the wind. Do we have any wind on? Yeah, we've got some wind on. So let me see. It's not doing enough wind correction. Pull that off, see what it does. I don't want to fart with this too much. What's on there currently? 8. Let's try 7. Should have been testing without wind. Try going back to 0.16. I really don't want that oscillation. It's annoying. What's it doing? Okay, nothing. It was just I got vertigo for a second there. Go 180. It's not, you know, it's mostly me being obnoxious that I want it exactly, but it should be exactly. But I can, like, as a pilot, I can make corrections. It's off a little bit now. Yeah, it is legitimately off now. It's a little bit. It's a hair off. I need to get it fixed. So see if we can run 0.15. Let's go up just. Let's try 0.17. Try 0.17. See what we do on that. See what it does at 270. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Dear guy? Did the fucking cables do something to me here? Got the cables flapping around and hitting things. Really not helpful. Alright. That is because it's doing this weird pitch up shit. I gotta figure out what is that doing? Don't go nuts again. Okay. It pitched up too hard and then it recovered and it freaked itself out. See, we're 3 degrees off. I can't take 3 degrees off. That's too much. 3 degrees off is way too much. We're getting a little bit of an oscillation loop here. That's going bad. All right, let's see. All right. Let's knock you. Let's increase that D value, see if I can't knock this down again. I need that on the mark though. I'll catch up with chat in a second. I gotta just focus on this for a second. I want it on. It's good, like, this is important to me for long distance travel. I need this to be within a degree of where it's going, or else we're going to be putting ourselves off course all the time. It's not a huge deal because the way that my navigation system will work is it will home to the target, but here, let me bring up quick pick of what. Fuck me. 1440. Here, I'll bring up the map. Here, that'll be the best thing to do. Go away, please. I can do this. Thank you. All right, so this is what the concern is. Bring up paint. So there's something in navigation called homing, and you got to be careful of homing. And so if we look at this. So there's a difference between being on course and homing. So when you're on course, it will look like this. So we're going to go from FJ to the Arctic. That is our course. All right, now what's going to happen is if we're consistently off course, the GPS is going to keep changing the course for us to go to there. And so the line we want to be on is this red line. That is our course. And now this is important in aviation because, for example, you don't want to hit a mountain. You don't want to hit other airplanes. If you have an actual course line like this, you could run a parallel course, and you could have another airplane on the parallel course. So you need to be on course. Now the problem then becomes this: is if we have a green line, let's say we're homing to our target instead of being on course, it would look like this. And the problem is, our homing course would look like that. So as we stay off course by a couple degrees, we're going to go wide of the course. Now, because we're still trying to get the same point, it's going to keep adjusting the heading we're required. But instead of doing a nice straight line, we're going to do a loop like this. And the problem then becomes if you have an airplane on a parallel course, which again, we don't have to worry about in game, but like if you have an airplane on a parallel course, as you can see, we fly through their course. there's a problem with a collision. If there's a mountain there, there's a potential for a collision. And so you don't want to home to your course, you want to stay on course. And so that's why I'm trying to get this as accurate as I can. All right, let's look at it again real quick, see what I can do. Let's go, I'm going to change heading here. We'll start going to, I don't know, 330. I don't want to wrap on the map, so. Alright, so we're currently within a couple degrees. Let's try to keep the D value up a little bit, if I can. What are we currently on our I value here? We're running 5s and a 6. Let's try something here. Let's go. This is gonna go nuts for a second here. Alright, so we're increasing the I value there. And that's gonna put us way off course. It's way too high of an I, so let's start dumping the P value. Yeah, that's gonna be way too high of an I value. It's gonna run us way off course. Let's try a lower P value, and then let's run. And then I've got to go high on this one, or else this is not gonna. I can't run too high of an I value. Give it a second to settle. By changing these live, they get a good chance they're gonna get an oscillation. You gotta wait for them to settle. Let's dump this again. What's our current? Let's go back to 0.16 where I would like to stay, so I don't have to change the P value between hover. I already have to change the D value. That's just going to be what it's going to be. So let's try to do that. Let's see if we can't home in this I value again. There we go, we're starting to settle out. We're going to be a couple degrees off course. It's starting to settle. Like, that's 2 degrees off course. Oh, I really want it within 1 degree of course. Let's go real slight on this. That's going to kick it into an oscillation, probably for a second here. That wasn't wise to do. Give it a second to get out of its oscillation here. Starting to get near where I need it. That's too short now. Let's go back to 6. Alright, that's within 1 degree now. Keep forgetting what this is. 8. That's close. Problem is, once it crosses, it's going to come back and it's going to oscillate, so. That's not terrible. Cut a little bit of that down. Okay, good. So that's going to start swinging. Alright, good. Let's put it back up. Give it a second to fix. There we go. That's going to start to dampen. Nice. Let's increase a little bit on this. Where are we at now? 7. Okay. That's close. That's within 1 degree. Let's do a turn. We're close. The thing is, I want to keep the p-value the same so I don't have to change it between hover mode and forward flight mode. I'm going to have to change the I value, and I'm going to have to change the D value, so try not to have to change all three. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Yeah, just the flight dynamics are different. The control surfaces are completely physically different. Let's see how it levels out. Oh, damn, that's pretty good. Little bit of an oscillation to get us into the notch. Yeah, now it's 3 degrees off. Every 90 degrees we go, we're going to be 3 degrees off one way or the other, so I think it's a futile effort to try to get it precisely within at this point. I'm kind of, if I can keep the north degrees within 1 degree, that's generally my longest flight path. East-west, I'll accept the 3 degree error. Not much I can do about it. All right, so 0.16. Because essentially the way this is working is it's working off the compass. So it's based on the directionality of it. And so you have a higher I value, it's going to go more, say, northerly. If you have the lower I value, it's going to go more southerly. And so as we move in the compass, when we're north-south, we have almost no error. When we move east-west, we have more error. So for example, likely, we'll test out this theory. We're going 093, right? So we're going east. If I go west, my guess would be that we're going to be at a let's see, 093, the south of it. So we should probably be the north on the west side. So it'll be a 273. So let's try that. So IRL, you do have deviation, you know, east-west deviation, but that's not what this is. But you know, I'm thinking that's kind of what's going on here. So let's see if this levels us out around a 273, and then a northerly heading or a southerly heading I expect to be more accurate. So I think these numbers are close enough for government work. I have no oscillation. I think they're pretty good. So I just want to finish this up while these numbers are fresh in my head before I get back to chat, because it's I don't have to keep running this test, so I want to get done. So let's see. So let's see if it goes around 273. Yeah, it's going to go on the high end of that. Does it come back? Jesus Christ, that's way off. You going to come back there, Ding Dong? It is. It's coming back slowly. If I ramp it up too much, it's gonna that's fucking 12 degrees off. That can't happen. That's too much. Jesus Christ. That's way too much. That is way, way too much. That's nuts. That is really nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. Can't do that. I'm knocking the I value out of there altogether for right now. I'm going to see if I can get better results without it. Because I can't have it be 12 degrees off. That's absolute fucking balls. Like, 2 degrees is too much. That's 2 degrees off there. Let's go 180. Yeah, I'll go a 0i if I need to on, why do we climb like, we're climbing like a bastard on this one. That's within 1 degree, we like that. Yeah, so the I value, the problem is the I value is working the compass error. And I think that's what it's doing is, there's gonna be a compass error with the calculations because of how many decimal places it goes. So the problem is likely gonna be, fuck, we're climbing like a bastard. Why are we climbing? That's the only problem is we've gained friggin' 1,000 feet. it's running better without an I value at the moment. Within 2 degrees on that. Alright, it's starting to correct, but the reason why it's doing the climb is the, we have elevons, we have elevator ailerons, and so they don't have independent control, so I could add some small fins to help with pitch, and that's probably what I'll end up doing. Alright, let's run these numbers. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. So zero out the I value. Let's see if I can do something really ridiculously low. See if I can press up. Let's try something ridiculously low, see what happens. Just a tiny flavor. What are we at there? 5. Let it settle for a second. Because that's helping me out with my pitch control too. So that's why I put it back in. You know, like the visual oscillation out the window is not bad. Like, look at the artificial horizon. The problem is this turn slip indicator is way too sensitive. So it looks worse than it is over here. Like, there, it's fine. There, it's fine. This is showing it like a big oscillation, but that's just visually. That's pretty goddamn good there. What are we running? We're running 5 aughts and a 0. All right, 5 aughts and a 1, rather. 0.5, 16. Let's run a northerly heading. We're not going to do full north, but let's run a 90-degree north heading. See if see how bad the north-south deviation becomes. Ugh. That's not too bad, actually. That's 2 degrees. Can we get within 1 degree? There we go. All right, I think we're good. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Okay, that's gorgeous. All right, little bit too much eye, and we were screwing ourselves there. This pitch, I can fix elsewhere. All right, so I think we're pretty good here. So hover is going to be 16, 4 zeros, and a 1. Let's actually try running hover with the same I value. So speed is going to be 16, 5 zeros, and a 1. Let's check that again. Yeah. And then a 0.5, and then we need the high D value for hover mode because our rate of rotation is much higher in hover mode, and so because the rate of rotation is higher, I need to have a bigger dampening force with the D value. When we're flying, let me see if I can show you on the map here. So like when we're hovering, right, relatively we don't move, but we rotate quickly, and so the ability for us to go from a northerly heading of 360 to a westerly heading of 270 is relatively quick. Now, when we're moving, the time it takes me to get from north to west is longer. I actually arc a turn to the west, and so because the time is shorter, I need a smaller D value to dampen that turn. When we're in hover mode, we very quickly go from north to west, because we're not having to arc the turn. And so because of that, I need that high D value to dampen it before we overrun like crazy. And so I'm trying to keep it down to that change. All right, so that's good, that's good. Let's try hover mode with that low-ass I value. If I can do that, I only have to change D value, which would be sweet. All right, let's go ahead and let's zero out. All right, so it should automatically, once we slow down, it should transition over to essentially the rotor doing all the turns. All right, so is it holding us within a degree? This one I care less, but see how it's oscillating? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to try that I value. Now, this is why we need that high D value, is to dampen this. So we go back to the high D value. Let's see, and beautiful. That dampens us out. And frankly, I don't give two shits if we're 2 degrees off in hover mode, because you're not moving. So again, the thing that is a problem is, again, this, let me bring up display cap and you guys can actually see. This is the problem we're trying to avoid. We want to stay on the red line. So if we're off our course, we're going to make an arcing turn, a homing course instead of a true course. That's the problem. So it's more important to be accurate over long distances, especially at high speed. when we're hovering, it doesn't matter, because the difference is this, is like, okay, I'm hovering, right? If I'm going to make it as an airplane, because airplanes are what's good, helicopters are abominations, but there's an airplane, right? If I'm hovering, right, it doesn't matter if I'm 2 degrees off to the left. It doesn't matter, because what do? I manually put in a 2-degree correction. All I'm doing is pointing at something, right? So up I'm 2 degrees off, all I do is turn myself 2 degrees. It's not a big deal, but when I'm on a course, it is a big deal. We start to make a big arcing turn, and the problem then becomes, right here, we could be miles off course. And if there's a mountain right here, right, boom, we just crashed on the mountain. So hovering, really, it does not matter. What matters is long-term course, because you will hit a mountain doing this shit. You will go into restricted airspace. You will hit another airplane that's on a parallel course. That's why it's so much more important. So these numbers are running good. I'll take a 2-degree error in hover mode. So D value is all we're going to change. We're going to leave the I value as very, very tiny. 0.16 for both. So that's what we're going to run. So, yeah, that is actually fan-frickin-tastic. I'm happy with the results there. That way we don't have to change a bunch. All right, I'm going to quickly bring us back. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I will catch up on chat. So, yeah. Let me put up coffee break. I will get a drinky poos, and we'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and I'm gonna sneeze here in a second, so we'll prepare for that in a moment. All right, sneeze accomplished. All right, so what I'm actually going to do here is let's rebrand this episode to Workbench because or Workshop, whatever the hell I call it, Workshop. Because pretty much I think kind of in a building mood and we'll fix some of the stuff. So let's go. Let's do this. Let us rebrand this sucker as a workshop, Captain's Workshop episode because I want to do. I'm really excited to get into working on this base and doing a bunch of missions, but I'm already kind of deep into fixing stuff, and there's a bunch of stuff I want to fix. And then Sergeant's been trying to do some train stuff, and I want to get T-TIS done. I want to get T-BIS done. So I started thinking about a bunch of stuff I want to work on. So let's turn it into a workshop episode, and then I think that will be better. What are we on? 25. All right, 25. Oh, you bastard! Give me the black color. All right, I do like that peachy color though that I had in there. We're gonna peachy color this sucker. All right, good. Yeah, I'll just rebrand this episode because I think that's what I want to focus on. And that will be a little bit more fun for what I'm trying to do here. Or a little bit more apt to what I'm doing. Again, I don't mind doing a little bit of building on the career build series, but it's, you know, try not to do an entire thing of building for it. Try to do more missions, so just rebrand it as what it's going to be mostly. Yeah, so that's good to get that tuned in. Again, you know, it's kind of silly, and I probably should have thought of this earlier, but there's no real point in making the hover mode ultra precise because, you know, let's say that you're not pointing exactly where you want to be, right? It doesn't really matter because you just add 2 degrees. When you're doing a course, there's a good chance, and you're doing that long course, there's a good chance that you're going to get blown by the wind. You're going to have other factors that are going to cause problems there. And so you don't want to have any real major course deviations. You know, you want to be within 1 degree at all times. And so, and I showed you why. You'll home into the course instead of being on course. And so that is not what you want to be doing. And so it's much more important to do that. Much more important to have the course correct when we're flying fast and to a place than when we're just sitting hovering. That is relatively, you know, inconsequential. Where it is very consequential to have a problem with going long distance. Like if I'm going to the Arctic, you know, if I don't home to the course correctly, I could be miles and miles off course. And it doesn't really matter in game, but you know, it certainly matters for my own mental issues. So let's. I'm just gonna quickly finish rebranding this episode, and then we'll be good to go here. Where's it? Right there. All right, good. Now I'll do that, and I'm gonna catch up with chat. I just have to change all of the titles on everything that I've got. That'll take me 2 seconds, and then we'll be good to go. That was still screwed up on Twitch, too. Using Restream, it will, like, things will get kind of screwy when you're on Restream because it's Restream's broadcasting it, so it kind of makes it funky sometimes. All right. Change the picture here. Then we should be good. All right, everything's changed up. All right, good. So let me catch up with chat, say hello to everybody. But yeah, that's usually why I don't do too much of this PID work on screen. As you can see, it's an absolute sit test, sit test, sit test, sit test, sit test. So right, let's go through. How's it going there, Alistair? How are ya? Yep, mostly heading hold tuning. Yep. Yeah. Like it's a big deal. Like it was, like right now, navigation in aviation is not as worrisome as it used to be. They used to use inertial nav, which was lasers on pyramids, and they could account for the rotation of the Earth, and it was, and if you didn't initialize your inertial nav correctly, you could be off course. Now it's GPS; it's much easier, but you know, and then you're putting in wind correction because the GPS will go off. So like my system will automatically correct for the wind, but it will still cause that arcing course, and so you don't want to do that. I think I said hi to Citrus if I did not. Hello. How's it going there, Sergeant? Good to see you, Sergeant. How's it going, GV758? Mostly working on some builds here. Yep. But good to see you, GV758. How are you? All right, so we're in good shape here. We'll keep. So let me go in here and actually fix what I was doing. So again, I highly recommend take some frickin' notes. Like here, this is what my notes look like for these. Because I haven't worked on this build in a while, and I could go back and my notes are in here. And so, the latest PID tuning, like, this is the latest right here, is right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the color here to Roja. Shit, missed one. Alright, so those are now red. This is the ones I'm using, and so having the old ones is good to have as well. So if we get in shit city where like I just can't get it to work at all, I can go back to old numbers. But keeping good notes, like I try to keep one of these on all my builds. Like I haven't touched this build in months until I start working on it, what, 2 days ago? And so like you know what you need to go work on. It makes it so much easier. I recommend that. Really helpful. All right, let's go in here and let's fix this. So the whole reason I had to get in this for those who kind of showed up later was I changed how much yaw I can have, and the reason is these microcontrollers came from another build, and so as you change from build to build, the dynamics change. The RPS of the engine, the RPS of the rotors, how big the rotors are, all these factors, you know, will change the behavior of the vehicle, how much the vehicle weighs, and so you need to make changes. And so, for example, some of the changes I had to do was I increased how much deflection I can have on yaw in here. I changed the coax so that before I had a maximum yaw of 0.1. That was why, you know, when I'd be moving slow, I could barely turn because this was clamped too low. And so now I increased the clamp to 0.5. Well, when I did that, now all my PID numbers are wrong. And so I have to go back and fix them. All right, so real quick on this, if I can find... Oh, well, we're in the wrong microcontroller. That would be why that looks weird. Where's AP? AP? No. Where the hell is AP? It's not AP. Where the hell are you, AP? Right here. It's behind it. All right. Let's get in the AP. So right here is the section for yaw. Here's my PID tuner. All right, so the old number... This is good. The old number works fine for P is 0.16. So 0.16 is good. That can plug back in. All right, the I value, I've changed it now to even smaller. So it's going to be 5 zeros and a 1. So it's now a tenth of what it was. All right, now, I talked about this, like when you're hovering, right, you're rotating around a single point. And so you can get from north to west very quickly. And so your rate of turn is increased. Because your rate of turn is increased, your D value, think of it like a shock absorber. So as you're going to overrun it, you hit the shock absorber and it starts to slow you down so that you don't overshoot. Now, when we're hovering, we can quickly go from north to west, so we need that shock absorber to be high at a 10. When we are going forward, we make a slow arcing turn. I don't need much shock absorber because my rate of rotation is much slower. And so a 0.5 is all I need there. So this one is now, so that's going to be the D value. The D value needs decrease from 10 to 5. And so what I'm doing there is when I go a certain speed, so when I go over 15 meters per second, it's going to, let me see if I'm less than 15 meters per second, increase. Yep. So when I'm less than 15 meters per second, it's going to, and the reason, like some people use a numerical switch box, it'll be an on-off. That's a good way to get an oscillation. Sometimes you can make it work. But by doing it slowly and making a slow change is generally the best policy. So by doing an up-down counter with, this is a reasonably fast increment too, that's pretty fast. And so this will allow me to slowly go from a 0.5 back to 10, and it will be there within a couple seconds. And so it will slowly, as I slow down, as I go below 15 meters per second, it's going to say, oh, he needs some D value. And it's going to ramp me up back to 10. Then as soon as I go over 15, it's going to slowly bring me down to 0.5 so that it will not give me too much shock absorber, essentially. But I recommend a PID tuner like this. It's real simple. I'll show you it. But I've got this. I put it in all the builds. It's 3 keypads for PI and D. All I do is code them as 1, 2, 3. And then when I go back into the logic, it's right here is 1, 2, 3, and the reason I do that is all you need is this one composite link. That's it. And so it makes it so that instead of having to have a P, an I, and a D in each of your micros, then you delete them to shrink the micro. I can leave that one composite there. It's rarely causing me problems. Yeah, but it's definitely, doing notes on your builds is a great way to keep the crazy at bay, because like some of the builds I haven't touched in a long time, you come back to, you at least know like somewhere where you are. All right, so let's go through the notes. I put some in there. So I need a parking brake and attachment release, change the low RPM light, reduce gear ratio on engine. I'm not going to do that, so I'm actually just going to cross that out instead of checking it out. I played with that a little bit. Where are we at now actually with that? I think we're pretty good. Yeah, we're at a 6.1. I actually increased it a little bit. I found that was running better. All right, so that's gone. Change RPM light. So let's see where that's connected here. So the way this works is I do flight RPM. So when we achieve flight RPM, when we have enough RPS to the rotor, it will give me a green light. Green means go, real simple. So if I have my yellow light flashing, it means you do not have enough RPM on the rotor to fly. So you want to wait until that happens. It gives you a nice green light. You know that you're safe to try to take off. If the yellow light comes on in flight, it generally means I'm cross-controlling. So especially with a coaxial, if I'm, like say I'm trying to bank, pitch, yaw, and collective all at once, I'm putting so much stress on the engine, it's reducing the RPS of the engine. I'm not going to have enough power. This happens in real life in helicopters. Your torque meter starts going down. You do not have enough rotor RPS. You need to essentially reduce how much load you're putting on that engine to let it spin back up. So like say that the yellow light comes on in flight because I'm banking, pitching, yawing, and I'm trying to collective at the same time. Well, what will I do? Collective is the most important, so I don't hit the mountain. I will reduce my bank, reduce my yaw, and just do collective. And that will take the load off the engine, let it spool back up. So the yellow light's important, tell me. So 27, 28, that should be where those going, right there. You go down there, 27, 28, I gotta see where this goes to. I think it's overhead panel. Where is it? Overhead panel, I think, is what that is. I gotta read it. Overhead panel, let's check that. 27, 28. So they're good little guidelines. Like, you know, you don't have to wait there and read your RPS, or like you haven't used your vehicle in 6 months and you're like, shit, what RPS do I need to fly at? You've got a green light. Green light comes on, you're good to go. I have one on Katie. I couldn't tell you what RPS Katie did's supposed to run at. I'd have to go through and I'd have to look and I'd do the calculations again. Instead, I have a green light on there. When it's green, it's good to go. When it's not good to go. So that's another good thing, because you're like IRL, you tend to stay with one aircraft, and then you have to go back to the schoolhouse to learn another aircraft, because You know, you can easily crash if you don't know where it's supposed to be. Let's see, I'm in the wrong panel here. I don't want to dig through these all day. Vertical speed indicator. Overhead panel I was just in. Transponder locator. Lights. Let me see where the hell this is going. Alright, let's see. You are going to what there, sir, madam? Overhead panel right there. That's running from here down. What is that? That is lights panel goes out, and then what is going into? Okay, that's going into here. What? So that is this panel here running down. You go to there. Okay, that's a pass through on that. We'll check them again. 27, 28. I'm gonna find this. It should be in the overhead panel. I don't know why it's not there. Unless I just missed it. 31, 32. I'm looking for 27, 28. 30. 9er. Fuel. That's fuel. Low fuel warning light. Okay, that's on the overhead. Alright, avionics there. That's the prop right there. I should be adding seat into this if I can. I don't think I'm going to have space to do it, though. 29. 29. Okay, that's the center button on that. So it's not in here. All right, let's trace the RPM. Jesus. It could be in here. Let's see. Where are you running out there, guy? You're running out to overhead panel. Okay, this is a pass-through onto the... Okay, that's going to the overhead panel, so it's likely in here. All right, let's check that. It's here, I would say. Right here, 26, right there. All right, so let's see. 26 is the RPM. All right, what are you? 27 right there. If 27, flight RPS is 13. So let's see. 13 times 60. We're talking 780. Yeah, it doesn't get anywhere near that. Let's see. 600 divided by 60. We're talking 10. All right, that will fix that. All right, so change low RPM light is done. Let's go over here. We want to do... Let's do 650 on that. If I could type the right stuff, be in good shape. All right, let me check chat. Glad you're enjoying it there, GV. Thanks. How's it going there, Variante? How's it going there, the Fenris Lord? How are you guys? All right, good, good, good. That is working out there. I've got a lot of panels in this that I don't know what I want to do with. Like this area here is barren. This area is barren there. This is barren here. I have all my engine information there. I do want to plumb seat into the drive system. That is a pain in the ass. I got to find a way to do that. So that is overhead panel. Ugh, this build's tough to get space in. You see what we're looking at. Ooh, we have space there though. We do. Okay, I can do this easily then. All right, logic that. Let's go. There we go. All right, good. I did leave some space in there. It's gorgeous. All right, so let's see. Prop's going to have to likely be 1, 2. All right, let's try 1, 2 on this. And then we want space. Am I running the seat through the panel? No. Okay. Okay. What? This is gonna be ugly. This is gonna be weird, man. All right. It's weird. It's just weird because 31 is normally the space bar, and I've got that as the same numbers in the panel, so it's a little bit Throw my brain for a loop, but it's good. All right, let's go ahead, take these, go like that. Let's do ores. All right, so that's going to be 1 or 31 for this. Okay. Let's do that. All right, 1 or that for that. Or 2. So this will allow me to do this is my propeller control, so allow me to do my propeller control from either the seat or the panel, which will let me fly heads up a little bit more if I want to. And then we want to do, where's 31? Right at the top. There we go. Alright, there we go. That fixes this up nicely. Okay. Nearly clean as a whistle. Alright, that cleaned that up nicely. Alright, so now we can control some of this from the seat. So I just need to make sure the seat's configured and plugged in. I'm not going to do dual seat controls on this. It's not the biggest panel in the world, but it's not a small panel, and I just do not have the space nor the inclination to do it for the 2% of the time that I would run it from that seat. So it's not worth doing it. Let's go in here. Oh, come on, click on the right seat, you jackass. Let's see. This is prop plus push, prop minus push. Where are we at? Trigger is going to be 0 prop push. All right, that's the prop controls. I need breakage on this sucker. So let's see. So is this panel connected? This panel is not connected. Good. So this panel will be ground stuff. So this panel going to anything? Nothing. Perfect. All right, good. So let's work this panel here for ground stuff. So we want... let's see. We need brake. I want to brake light. Could do steering of the front tire. Just like... I have a bunch of extra space I don't really need, so I might as well dress it. So let's go. Park brake, indicator, 3. Brake release, flip switch, 4. Alright, so that does that. Alright, so that stuff at least I need. I'm trying to see, we've got a little bit, tiny bit of space for micros. This build is tough, because it's got like 2 by 2s, which take up 4 blocks plus another 4 blocks. Like all this, it takes up an absolute shitload of space. Got a little bit of space here. I can cut a panel in if need be. Got a little bit of space here and there. I got some space, a little bit of space, not much at all right there. A little tiny bit there. So we got a little bit of real estate, not a great amount. All right, so let's go ahead and... Generally, red means stop, so you want to do stuff like stop. If you know, green is go, pretty general stuff like that. So this right here is, that's the rotor brake. You'd want green to tell you that you're good to go. If that's off, you know, it kind of gives you a little bit of a, make sure you shut that off. This here is ground idle. Put a caution light on that. All right, good. And then let's see. This transponder locator, I gotta figure out what I want to do with that later. Trying to decide what those 2 should be here. So this is all drive controls, and I need this to be separate, so I'm trying to think what I want to put there. Cabin light. Okay, that will be cabin light, let's say. Yeah, we'll do cabin light, maybe red. You know what? I think I'm going to put my interior lighting on that panel there. Yeah, that will be interior lighting here. I have a separate panel for that, so we won't do that. Because that will allow me to do red, white, dim on that, and then heater. So that will be all that stuff. Let's see. I'm trying to think what I want to do there. Let's just number them, and we'll leave them blank for now. And so these will be 1, 2. This is going to be a separate panel. So let's make that panel up. So somebody asked, you know, how do you get a blank panel? You go here to microcontroller. Let's clear that up. But go to microcontroller. You make a new microcontroller. I name one blank, so I don't have to do that every time. And then I just call one blank, and it's literally a 1 by blank microcontroller. That's how I do it. Just I find that easier than having to go up there and do new microcontroller every time. That's all. Because you see, it recalls the old one. I don't like that. So, all right, this is going to be brake panel. All right, so we're going to do brake panel. We'll actually add something in here. So let's go. Oh, what do I have? Probably 3. If I do the brake indicator, I have to go back. If I do the brake indicator, I have to go back and put 2 composites to run through this. So that's 3 spots just for the brakes. And then I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with the others 2. So what I could do is just move them up and get rid of them. I think I might do that. Let's do this. Actually, we'll leave the space like that for now. Yeah, let's do that. So this would have to be a 4-banger. Let's see what I have for space in here. I'm so hurting on space. That's a 3. That's a 3. I need like a 4. Ugh. 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 Like we're hurting on space here. It's ridiculous. Ooh, is that 4 space? No, it isn't. It's an optical illusion. No freaking space in here. None. It's so ugly in space in here. It really is. This build is tough on space. That could be replaced with a 3. There's a 3-banger. Ooh, right here. Perfect. That will do it. All right, let's. That will actually increase my fuel cap too, right there. Ooh, that could actually be a real big nasty Johnny right there. That could be a huge spot right there. I wanted it to be. You. Ooh, that is gorgeous. 1, 2, 7. Can't do 7, but it's gonna hit the thing. Just barely missed it. Okay. Actually, that's not too bad. That actually works out pretty well. That will actually increase my fuel capacity in there too. All right, good. So that is in there. Let's go ahead and work it up. All right, this brake panel. So what we want to do is we want to add composite input. I can actually make this really compact, and I'll show you a little trick on this. So this is going to be panel seat. All right. Then we want to go panel. All right, then we want to go trying to think, I want to use the hard brakes on this. Let's go number output. Variable brakes. And then I haven't decided what else I want to do in there yet, so let's work that. I have to change the numbers now because I'm putting it off the seat, but this is a good little way to save some space. Right, so variable brakes panel. Let's get the numbers fixed. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go from the seat to this panel. Ah, shit, I can't do it because I need to come back. Never mind. Can't do that on this one. That's fine. I've got the space for it now. Can't do that because, unfortunately, we can't feed through the seat, so I can't do that on this one. Panel. Yeah, normally you can loop through if you don't need to come back, but I am going to be sending information back to that panel, so I can't do it. What you do is the seat goes up to 6, you just run the number after that, and so you go from seat to panel, then out. So like I do that with my lighting panel sometimes because I don't need to come back to them, but I do on this one. So. All right, so what we're gonna do here is, so the numbers are fine now. All right, so 4 park brake. All right, we're gonna do variable brakes on this too. So the space bar will zero out our propeller. And we're going to make it do dual duty. We're going to also make it so when we push the space bar, it will act as our brake. Because the whole point is when we're on the ground, we're not going to be using the propeller anyway. We want the propeller zeroed anyway, so it will also work as our brake. So we're going to do up-down counter. This is how I usually like to do my brakes, to make them nice progressive. 31, where you at there, guy? 31, zing, zang. All right, that'll go there, and then if we're not doing 31, I reset it so that you can tap on the brake, get as much brake as you want, then as soon as you let go of the brake, it disables the brakes, so. There we go. That's variable brakes right there, and then what we're gonna do is do a numerical switch box on the variable brakes. And so when so there's a parking brake release. So parking brake release, so the parking brake, oh my God, type. All right, parking brake will default to 1, and then when I click the 4, it will release the brakes. Alright, so that will do that, and then if 4 is selected, we want to write 3. Now we'll go out and do the indicator light. Alright, so that sets it up. So this will give us brakes. This will also give us parking brakes. It will default them on. And then I have 2 more gauges that I can, 2 more switches I can screw with later when I feel like it. That's going to be the panel. That's going to be the panel coming back. This is going to be the seat. Alright, so that should get all that jolly. Alright, let's hook it into where it needs to go. If I can find it. Variable brakes, and then generally on aircraft you are not braking the nose wheel. It's a good way to destroy your nose wheel. Just do the variable brakes on the mains. What do you think of people in Steam and Sail Discord? Steam and Sail. I don't know what Steam and Sail is all about. Do not know of the Steam and Sail Discord. Unless you mean trippers, but I don't think that's what you mean. Hello, Martin. Wonderful Saturday to you as well. Yeah, I agree, Alistair. I've done that forever. I think it's just so much easier. It's like people will ask me how you get the blank microcontroller, and I literally forgot the other day, and I had to look it up myself because that's what I use. And so it's like this is what you'd have to do is you come up here, and then it brings up your last microcontroller, which is annoying. And then you have to go new microcontroller, and then you go new microcontroller, and it asks you a question. It's easier for me just to go here, blank, if I can type today, and then you have yourself a blank small micro, and you're good to go. And so that's why I just name one blank myself. I find it a lot easier. What the hell is this? That's the old one. I don't need it. All right, see ya. All right, that's good. And then we have 2 more. I don't know what I want to put there yet, but this will. So when we get in, let's go test it real fast. Always good to test it. All right, so the other thing to know, too, is a flip switch does not require electricity. So the light's not going to come on there. Do we have infinite on? Let me check it real quick. Let me check the electricity. So a flip switch does not require electricity. So if you have a panel that's 4 flip switches, you don't even need to plug it in. It doesn't need electricity. So like when I come in, the brake should be at 100%, which is nice. I always like to do that. The wind's blowing. It also makes it less likely to tip on its ass. So brakes are on. So I always like doing this because, again, it doesn't roll away on you. Makes it nice. And then you come in, you flip the switch. Now it's off because, like, I don't have any, like, the electricity's not on in this. Let's see, do we have infinite electricity? We do have infinite electricity, so the light came on that. But we can shut the brakes off. And that's if you want something like physically connected. Like a lot of the time, you'll have an electric brake. Other time, you'll have a hydraulic brake. Like in the E145, we had a hydraulic brake. It was physically a hydraulic piston that you would pick up and turn, and it would hold the pressure and put the brakes on. You know, other times you'll have an electronic brake, like in my car. I can't actuate that if there was no electricity. You know, so like the light is off now. Now this light needs to change. Yeah, this light's backwards now, so like if we turn that on, you see the light's on when the brake's off. That needs to flip. All right. Park brake, max. All right. Let's see if this is not on. So we'll just invert that. If that's not on, that's going. Could you not? So if that's not on, it will put the red light on. And again, that tells you, hey, don't try to taxi. Your brakes are on. And then you click them off. The red light goes out. Okay, we can taxi now. Quick little like human factors, things like that are convenient. I'll figure out what the 2 I want to put on there are. This is going to be lighting panel. Again, I put these blanks in. Like, I have a lot on Tethys that are all blanks. Like, this is in front of the pilots. That should probably not be lighting. Let me see how I have it hooked in here. All right, that's hooked into nothing. This is hooked through. I probably have these numbered. I do. So what I could probably do is, let me see, what are these? All right, so see, this is going from here to here to there. So what I'll do is I'll change the numbers up. Let's do this. Let's cut you. Let's take this out. This one's already pre-numbered, and this one already goes to like a lot of our other systems. And generally, in front of the pilots, you want something that will read out important information. I could do radar altimeter there, but that's generally what you want to do. Is you want to run important information up there, and something like switching the lights is pretty unimportant comparatively. So that's the dimmer. Yeah, it's generally unimportant, so you don't need it right in front of your face. You just don't. That's where a lot of the overhead stuff is, like, it doesn't need to be in front of your face. And I generally will run this as heat, so that's 6, 7, 8. Make that 5. That's going to be go up there. This, I don't want this colored, so that will go like that. That will go like that. All right. Let's go. All right. So this will be lighting. So this actually filled up pretty well. Like sometimes you get all these in there and you're like, oh my god, I have so many extra panels, and then you start putting it in, you're like, ooh, I'm starting to run out of space. Okay. This is going to be ugly in here to find a space for this light. I'm not happy. I should be able to put it right here. Okay, that will go right there, literally right there. All right, good. That goes there. That's the only place for it. The way my fuel tank goes, my fuel tank's up here. And it's reasonably complicated. I can't really dick with it too much. So I gotta be careful with that. All right, there we go. That works. Let's do electricity. So this panel here needs to go there. This one here goes there. We need to run off that. See you later there. That goes down there. Beautiful. That fixes all that bullshit. That's good there. All right. Light. So lighting generally is... lighting is generally on the hot bus. So hot bus just means that it is always powered. And so, because you want to be able to get into your cockpit and turn on the lights so you can see what the hell you're doing. And so this goes to the hot bus. So it is always powered. And so that will go to the light itself. And then that will go not to the battery, but to the hot bus. And that will always be powered. So that's good to go as soon as we get in the cockpit. Heater is not going to be, when I put that in, I gotta find space for a heater too, which is not easy. This build is starting to get full. So, and actually I do have a space for a heater right here. So right here is where the heater's going. As you can see, it's just blocks. Heater's going right there. Alright, good. That was not as challenging. So the heater actually goes to the cold bus. So I need to close the relay to give power from the battery to the heater. So even though I can flip the switch for the heater is not going to have any power. The electricity is not going to the heater. So you can't leave the heater on and shut the helicopter down and destroy your battery and run your battery into the ground. So that kind of isolates the system. And then let's go to this. This is going to be a nightmare to hide probably at the moment. It's not bad, but cockpit lights, that. I need to add... Okay, player sensor, beautiful. I can get rid of player sensor. Output heater. That fixes that problem. We can fit that in now. So player sensor, I think I got... Okay, so player sensor right here. Let me actually... Yeah, that... Let me get rid of that real quick and check it. I think I had already removed the player sensor from this one. Sometimes I have it in there. Yeah, see, it's doing nothing anyway, so that works. All right. Heater, output. All right, good. So the heater is going to be... that should be, yeah, heater output. All right, and then what is that on the... That should be 5, I believe. So 5. I did a tutorial on this, that's why all the lines are where you can actually see them and they're not like clean as friggin' tutorials. Ruin all my lines. So I have to look at them. You can tell if it's a tutorial because I leave the lines all where you can see them instead of tidying it up, and it drives me nuts. But alright, there's the heater. Alright, so that will go heater there. Alright, and then we've got, that's all hooked in. Alright, cut that. And then we do have a bunch of 3 spaces this can fit in. So this will go right in the tail here. Alright, it's good to get back to this build. I wanted to get this one up and running here. There we go. Alright, that's good. That is back where, that's where it needs to go. So now we have lighting in here for interior of the cabin. Let's see. Check. Am I doing backlights? Okay, I've got the backlights on avionics. That's good. I need... These need to be colored correctly. You need to be colored correctly. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to put here. I'm not sure yet. These are pre-numbered. That's transponder locator. Transponder locator had a problem, I think. I tried testing the transponder locator and it wasn't working. So, let's see. That is... What is that going to? Why would you go to the gyro? Go to here. That is the transponder sender. Do I not have... I don't have a receiver, that's why. Alright. No receiver, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have a receiver on here, so I gotta put a receiver on here. Find the transponder locator. Eventually I'll click on it until I realize I should just path it out. Alright. There's the beep. I don't have a beeper in there. That's the transponder locator itself. And then this is the transponder. So this is our transponder, and then I need the locator. So let's see where I can dig this in, right? Oof. Oof. Right there's good. Additive, stick it up, yes. There we go. Alright, good, that's hidden. That should be clean. I can't imagine anything was there. Alright, that's gonna be electricity. That's gonna plumb into the top there's fine. And then we want to run it. So that's right. Where you at there, guy? That's transponder locator right there. That's the buzzer right there. Why am I running duals? I should be able to run it straight off. Oh, because I'm running the light and the buzzer, so I should be able to get rid of that buzzer, but that's all right. Alright, so let's grab a buzzer. And let's stick that in the tail for the transponder locator so it will beep at us. Plug that in. Electricity, so that will just go right to there's fine. Then we want to run the beep. Theoretically, you could run it straight, but we run that. That's good. All right, so we should be able to test that out now. And the cool way to test this is you test it off your own transponder. So, like, I can turn my own transponder on. So if I go turn that on. Avionics. All right, now we go transponder locators on. We'll do our own transponder on. Are you getting power? You don't have power, so that needs to be plugged in. All right. So, okay, so this is why I'm feeding in from here to the sound box is I can silence the beep. I haven't played with this in a while, so I can silence my own beep. Why is this not powered? This should be friggin' powered. It was showing 0 electricity. Why? Did I cut the electrical linkage on this? Grr. That goes up to the top. Goes across there, down through. Yeah, I cut the electrical linkage right there. Alright, that would be why. Alright. That did it. Okay. Let's go test it out. When I moved the panel, I cut the linkage. Alright, so mass power avionics is on. Alright. So the locator's going to locate nothing, doesn't have anything to read. Now you can see we're reading our own transponder, so that's how you test. Turn your own transponder on. Now I'm not getting a beep, so I got to go play with that because I should be able to silence the beep. That's why I have it running through the panel. So this is how I do my transponder locator is I like to do it old school. It will just give me beeps and visual pulses, and this is what it looks like when you're right next to it. So I just do a grid pattern, like if you figure this circle here is my transponder location, I will come through the center. If I go, and I do it hemispherical, so if it's beeping faster if I'm on the north side of the hemisphere, I know we're in the north side of the hemisphere. Then I cut the square, I cut this hemisphere into 2. I start going west, If it gets more pulses, we know it's in the west hemisphere. Then I split the west hemisphere up and you find it. Like, so now it's like, see the grids? So I would split it up into grids. So I go through the west hemisphere. If I turn north and it's stronger, I know it's north. If I turn north and it's weaker, I know it's south. It's now in this area. Then split that again. Go this side. Okay, it's stronger. We know it's in this grid right here. So simple, like grid search pattern. Why is the beep not beeping though? That's the question. Did I not plug it in? I might not plug it in. That is buzzer. Why are you not buzzing there, son? Let's check it real quick. See what's up with this. Alright, so let's see. If we get... Alright, 3 is the silencer. So if the silencer is not on, if we get a beep, and the silencer is not on, buzz. It should buzz. Maybe it's too far back. We'll check it. Let me check the volume of it. Volume's at max. Try to get it running so I can hear it. Should be close enough. Alright, this is not off, so we should be getting a buzz. I'm definitely not. It's not backwards. Interesting. Nice display cap on. Somebody's talking about, what were they saying? They were saying Steam and Sale Discord. Is that what yours is called? Yeah, it is Steam and Sale. Yeah, I thought it was yours. I couldn't remember the name. I just knew it as Tripper's Discord, but I was like, I think Steam and Sale is Tripper's Discord. Why don't you put the electricity connections all in the relay? They should be, unless I screwed them up. They should be all in the relay. This is bad. The batteries are cross-connected, and they go to the hot bus of the relay. All the ones that are on this side are hot bus that are always powered. So that's what a hot bus is a direct power to the battery. And then all of these are cold bus. They are cold bus. And then they go, so I don't want them all running independently. I run them in systems. So all the lights are connected to the other lights. So the lights are one system. So IRL, you'd put them on their own bus bar. So you'd have a light bus bar, and then you'd have a breaker for the light breaker. Now, I don't have space for that. And so what I do is I put them in like systems. So paneling goes to like systems, then the panels go to the appropriate power source, which would be, what the fuck is that? Okay, that's good. Then they go to the appropriate side of the relay. So that's how they'd be in IRL, essentially. You can use a toggle button to turn off power. So, the flip switch. Flip switch is that's all I care. Let's do a quick test. So let's go ahead and do, here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's grab the base panel. Base plate. Come on, light. So tip for somebody was asking me to go slower, my tutorials are already super long, or super long for some people especially. So you can set the YouTube videos to go as slow or as fast as you want within reason. So like you can slow a video down to quarter speed if you wanted to, if you're trying to watch a part, and then if you're just trying to listen to some stuff, you can speed it up. Like, like some people listen to videos at like 1 1/4, 1.75 if they're just listening to like a documentary or something. And then if you're trying to pay attention to something, you can slow it down as well. Alright, so this is not going to get powered. That's going to go to the light. The light is powered. So the light's plugged in. This is not. Alright, so see, the flip switch does not require electricity. So if you had something with 4 flip switches, you don't need to put electricity to the panel. So there's no electricity on this panel. So that's something you can do with the flip switches. Flip switches don't require them. Why do you chain like I just said? I put like systems together. IRL here. Let's see if I can find a E145 electrical schematic is probably better. See if they probably do have one here. Okay, so here's like an electrical diagram for E145. See if I have a let's see if I can have a electrical breaker. All right, here's the breaker diagram for the Last Jedi. No, it's not the Last Jedi flew. It's the most complex Jedi flew. That's not the right one. Jesus Christ, it's just not like. Google doesn't even like give a shit about what words you put in anymore. It's just fucking obnoxious. It really is. Like you ask for a specific diagram and it's like, here's some fucking random diagram. And you're like, dude, that doesn't mean no good. Try to see if I can find the bus bars. See, this is not even the Embraer 145. Fucker. So obnoxious the way Google does searches now. It's trying to do AI bullshit to cut people out. So like this is the breaker panel that's sat above my head. So what do you okay. Here's the breaker panel that's sat above my head. So each system had its own circuit breaker. Fuck off with that bullshit. So like if you want to shut off your DME, you press this breaker right there. Multifunction display number 2 for the first officer. You pull that breaker, it shuts off the MFD on the first officer's side. FMC, GPS 1 right there. You can see they're all labeled. So here's all your nav systems. Here are all your essential DC buses, so your direct current buses, all your essential systems right there. VOR, ILS, ADC, ADF, displays, ADIRs. Here's your air conditioning pneumatics, your rudder, your secondary hydraulic system for your rudder, your ram air intake for your air conditioner, for your packs, APU bleed, EEV1 dome lights, pilot panel. So each system is isolated on the breaker bus, and then you have your main breaker. So like if you come down here on your electrical system, it's not really showing. I gotta get a different picture. Fuck off, Flickr. You're gonna be useless, aren't you? I'm trying to find the better panel where I can see the electrical systems panel on the left side here. See, oh, that's real helpful. Pinterest. I wish I could just block Pinterest. Pinterest is the most useless shit ever invented on Earth. Pictures are terrible. Here's a good one here. This one's actually pretty high res too. So right here, you have Gen 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your electrical system in here. Ground power unit, APU generator right there. Essential power. Let's see, avionics 1, 2. Trying to find where the electric connection is. Ground power there. So anyways, like, so when I set up my system, I set them up like this essentially. So you would come in the cockpit and you want to select. I forget where the hell it is. I think it's this right here. If memory serves, I haven't touched this plane forever. It might be this. I think it's caged behind this. I think it's essential power right here. You come in, you uncage this, and you press this button, and it connects the power from the batteries to the airplane. And so generally what you would do, here are your you generally leave these shed buses to auto. Let me see. So this is bus 1 and 2. So here are your batteries. Generally, you're gonna come in. You're gonna click your batteries on. So click your battery from off to auto. Off to auto. Click on this. Do essential power. That connects your main power. Your independent buses are all connected through these breakers, which now I can't find the breaker panel up here. And then you have all your breakers. And so here are your breakers. This is the real picture. So if you wanted to disconnect an independent system, you pull the breaker. So when I set up my systems, I set them up where like the lights are all put together, and that is a system. All right, so the lights, it's like you're pulling that. So all my lights are connected together as lights. Then they go to the master breaker, which would be over here. And so that's how they're set up. So like if you go into electrical diagrams, that's hydraulics. Thanks, Google. It's hydraulics. Why are you showing me hydraulics? Makes no sense. That is hydraulics. Again, clearly electrical breaker schematic. Can you show me hydraulic, Google? Like, what crack are you smoking? Here's the electrical diagram. Like, this is pertinent, Google. This is pertinent. So, like, here is your electrical system for the 145. This is showing what the panel does. Like, we had to go through all these diagrams all the time. And then this is your readout you could go do. So, like, you have Gen 1 and 2. Here's your connection. That would be this button. So this button right here is tied into right there. Gen 3 right there, tied in there. So 1 and 3 are on the port engine, the number 1 engine. Gen 2 and 4 on the starboard engine, the number 2 engine. That's why they're labeled out of order, 1, 3, 2, 4. 1 and 3 are on the number 1 engine, 2 and 4 on the number 2 engine. Then you have the APU rather. APU you have as your central bus. So as you can see, DC bus 1 is fed through gens 1 and 2. DC bus 2 is fed through gens 2 and 4. You have a central bus, which it's a tie bus. They tie the two systems into one another. And then shed buses will shed electricity if you're getting overvolt situations. That's why it goes shed bus right here. It sheds the electricity out to shed bus 1. So what a bus bar is, let me see if I can find a bus bar. So a bus is essentially... This is a good example of a bus right here. So essentially, the bus is here. As you can see, it's a long piece of metal with a bunch of screws, and so you would hook your independent wires into this, and so the electricity goes through the metal piece, and then everything connected to that is a bus. And quickly check where I'm at on time here. Sam, I gotta write a fucking note now because of Windows and it's bullshit. Stand by 1 second. I gotta do this. Where we at? Let's see. Alright, I made my note. Alright, so anyway, that's what a bus is. A bus is a tied-in electrical system. So for the way the lights would work is all your lights would go into this bus, and you would tie all your positives and negatives into the light bus. All right, then you would have your electricity go from your master breaker to the bus, hot, cold. Not hot, cold, positive, negative. Let's call it positive, negative. Or hot, common. Be hot, common, or positive, negative. We'll just say positive, negative. So you would then run your power in, and so all the positive charge going to your lighting would be coming from the hot bus, or would be coming from your master bus or hot bus or wherever it comes from. And all the common or negative would go there as well. And then you can sometimes disconnect the entire bus. So you pull the circuit breaker and it shuts off all of your lights. And so that's why I set up the systems, is to more emulate a realistic system. So that's why I do it. Yeah, you know, and so I can independently change my systems. That's why I do it. So like, go to Triton real quick. Triton has the most realistic and complex electrical system. One of them, the 2111 has it as well. I'll bring up the 2111. That's a little bit easier to deal with. So like, if we look at the electrical system on the 2111, you notice that all of these relays, because it's the ship, I can actually have a ton of relays. These are all working. And these work realistically like they would IRL. So there's two systems. There's the essentials and the non-essentials. So on this side is, I would say, essentials. This should be non-essentials. Yeah, like this has washer dryer on it. So you have a master power. So it goes from your main electrical bus, which is over here. And it feeds all the non-essential systems like your washer and your dryer, your kitchen, your interior lights, your hydraulics. What the hell is hydraulics over here? Fuel oil separator. That should probably be on the essential side. Toolbox, like, is not essential. On the essential bus, you have your port diesels, your generators, your instruments, your azipods, things that you must have, or else you cooling, things that you have to have, or you're going to have real big problems. And so that's generally how they would run the system. And so, for example, if you go from washer-dryer on the south side of the washer-dryer, if I can find it right here, it goes right to the washer machine. And so if you wanted to disconnect, we'll open it up real quick. So like if I want to disconnect my washing machine, say my washing machine was smoking, right? Well, you don't want your washing machine to catch on fire. You'd come down and you go to your non-essentials bus, and you find your washer-dryer and you shut it off. Now the washer-dryer no longer has power, and so the washer-dryer cannot start a fire now because it's disconnected from the system. And so this is generally done, so above my head in the airplane, if the flight attendant's like, oh my god, the light in the bathroom is smoking, I could reach above me and pull the breaker and kill the lights in the bathroom to make sure that the fire didn't start. You know, and so I don't have to shut off the entire airplane's electrical system to make sure that the bathroom doesn't catch on fire. Just reach above my head and shut off the bathroom. And so if the washer and dryer is smoking, you shut that off. If the kitchen is, if you've got a fire in the kitchen, you can isolate the kitchen. So like that's how you set up the systems IRL so they don't have problems. Like if the medical room is on fire, you shut the medical off, you know, and so these are not connected. HVAC, we have smoke in the HVAC system, shut the HVAC system off. You know, let's say, oh my god, we have a problem with the harbor generators catching on fire. We can shut the harbor generator off. So generally you want to isolate your systems. That's why I do it. This is on a grand scale. This is how it would realistically be. Now, of course, I can only do this on big builds because you need a lot of space. But IRL, like at this point, most of them are electronic circuit breakers. You don't even reach above your head. You push a button and it will disconnect it by a solenoid. But that's why I do it. All systems are like systems. So all the lights are connected, all the panels are connected. The heater is its own system, right? So the heater, there's no other system that does heating. And this, if I had 5 heaters, I'd plug the heaters all together, send them to the master breaker. Transponder goes to transponder, master breaker. But I actually probably pull that linkage there and go like, where are you at? Right there, go to there. All right, and so that's this system is together. The lights go light to light, to light to light, to light to light. Then they go to the at some point. Where the hell are they? Where are you going to the master? That's going to the hot bus. The hot bus is always powered. It goes battery to the hot bus, and it's through. So that's always powered. The doors, for example, the doors would be manual doors. You'd grab the handle and open. We need electricity in game, so what do? You hook it in the hot bus. So when I show up, the doors are powered. So the doors are powered by the hot bus. I don't need to press a button. Other systems are not. These are not powered. So like I could turn on avionics or try to, nothing's going to happen. But if I connect the relay, now I can turn on avionics. So it gives you a realistic, so like beacon is on the hot bus. Beacons are on. So even though the master power is off, the beacon's on the hot bus. So just to set it up, this is the correct way to set it up. It's realistic. It's because, you know, I like these systems, so I tend to do it that way. Yep, and that's the other thing. Like Alistair's saying is, like, watch this. We go in here, up, I want to move my relay, or up, I accidentally delete my relay. I can delete the relay and all the system, and it takes me 5 seconds to reconnect it. You know, so that's why I do. Yeah, the AI is pure bullshit on Google. It's such a pain in the balls. Like I used to search for Embraer 145 hydraulic system, and I would get Embraer 145 hydraulic system. And now I search Embraer 145, and I get hydraulic system, and I get Embraer 145 electrical system, and hydraulic system, and lav system. And it's like, dude, I want the fucking hydraulic system, and I want nothing else. And it's absolutely frustrating and infuriating. It really is obnoxious. It's like you're trying to find something specific, and it's giving you everything. All right, let's see. Forward flight, we're maintaining altitude. Fine now. Lighting panel. Let's test the lighting panel before I actually cross that off. So again, certain systems you want to always be powered. For example, we'll show a quick example of why you do this. It's dark. I want to be able to come in my cockpit, giggity, and I want to be able to turn on the lights. All right. All right, lights are on now. I don't want to have to hunt around for the breaker. Now I turn my systems on. All right, so this is why this panel is hot bust. All right, now I talked about how we shut that off, right? Now, if I turn on the heater, does the heater come on? No, because it needs the master breaker to be connected before the heater will come on. So you see that it says heating element true. It's true, but it does not mean it's on because look at the electricity. There's no electricity going to the heater. So it's received the signal to turn on the heater because it has a flip switch, but it doesn't have any electricity to actually make any heat. And so the benefit of a system like that is IRL, you'd be able to reach up to the circuit breaker, yank it, and now the heater is disconnected and you can't start a fire. And so now if I want the heater on, I need the master power on. So I have not touched the heating switch. Now we have electricity, and guess what? The heater's actually on. So, it's all about isolating your systems and making them work realistically. That's why I do it. I might want to fart with this at some point. What are you in? Are you, where is this going? That's got to be in the wall. Let's see, I can't tell what's... Okay, this... yeah, it's got to stay the way it is. I can't fart with that at the moment. I think I want to do spots. I think it is pretty damn good the way it is right now. There's still some farting around. Lighting panel, let's do a full lighting panel test. So heater works. And we also, I think we filled out all the panels except this 4-pack right here, which I'll get to later. All right, so you come in. Okay, let's turn some lights on so you can see what's going on. Let's go white light. Let's brighten it up. All right, light's bright. Oh, my God, that's burning my retinas. Let's dim it out. All right, that's dim. Let's make it red. Okay, let's brighten it up. All right, that's off, rather. Let's go red. Let's brighten up the red. All right, we're good to go here. All right, we go master. We go avionics. Avionics is on now. Beacon is on. All right, everything's lit up. All right, let's see. Let's go 1. Let's do dick all. 2. All right, this is backwards. All right. 1 and 2 need to be flipped. Then I press spacebar. That should 0 it. Yep. I can also go forward on the panel itself and 0 it. All right, so this needs to be flipped. So that needs flippage. There to here, so I can't see shit, dude. Cannot see shit half the time. This build's really compact. Overhead panel, alright. Alright, so right here, these two need to be flipped. That needs to be a 2. That needs to be a 1. That's done. Okay, good. I can't really test out... Well, I can't test out the brakes. We'll roll out of here and test the brakes. So let's go ahead. So we should have brakes on. Brakes are on, as you can see, when we start. Now, because it's a flip switch, again, we flip the flip switch. The light won't come on, but the brakes are off now. Right? And then we should be able to jump in the seat quickly if I can get over there before the circus comes down. I have to get moving. We'll get moving. No way I'm able to test the brakes until I do that. Beacon comes on. Let's turn the lights on in here. Let's go ahead and crank. So rotor brake is released. Fuel valve is on. Crank the starter. We'll turn the navs on. Strobe stay off. You know, you might still be able to do a reasonable keyword search where you put in, say, for example, E145 in parentheses or in quotes, which says that's important, and I want you to prioritize that. So see, we went from low RPM to flight RPM. All right, that tells us it's safe to move now. So let's go ahead and taxi out. Oh shit! Let's be careful here. So really, on the ground, you don't want flight RPS. You want ground idle. Ground idle, as you can see, it reduces our RPM so that we can operate effectively on the ground. So now I can lean and I'm not going to take off. So I can taxi like this, I can turn, and I'm not going to take off. So this is how you taxi on ground RPM. So we're in ground idle right now. So as I'm taxiing, let's try to get moving a little bit faster here. A little bit of collective, let's get moving. Make sure that brakes off. The brake off? I can't freaking tell. Yep, brakes off. Okay. Why are we losing power? Why are we losing power? Oh, I set it too low, so I can't actually taxi with ground idle. Ground idle is fine for sitting, but I can't really taxi with it. So let's get taxi, and I'm just going to slam on the brakes here real quick. So as I hold the space bar, it will ramp up my brakes. Brakes work. There we go. All right, then we can go ahead and we can do that. Now let's say that, all right, let's test this out again. So press 1. 1 should increase the prop. All right, so now the parking brake's on. So it's trying to fight the parking brake. Let it push me here. As you can see, it's pushing me. All right, I could probably taxi with ground idle now because I can use the propeller in the rear to push me. But now I can steer, as you can see. And so I can actually taxi in the ground like I would want to. And then if I slam on the brakes with my space bar, brakes come on, then I can set the parking brake and leave it. You know, and so when I press the parking brake, when I press the space bar to apply the brakes, it automatically zeroed out my prop. So it's convenient now. So as I go up, let's say I press 1, we're taxiing around on the ground. Right, if I apply the brakes, it will automatically zero out my... So you see we're gently moving. If I press the space bar, it's going to zero out my prop, and it's going to hold my brakes. All right, so that's all nice and good human factors there. Put the parking brake on. Let's go ahead. What else do we want in here? Let's go ahead and we'll brighten the lights up a little bit. Let's check all the lights. Strobes. Strobes should be going. Where the hell's my strobe on top? Strobe's not going on top, so strobe on top, let's add that. So lighting panel is fine. Let's add strobe. Parking brake's fine. Attachment release I do need. That's going on. All right, so let's do top strobe is in op. All right, so strobe is in op. Nav lights, red, left, green, right. The way I remember that is red, right, wrong. Landing taxi. We have landing taxi. That's on. Good. All right. Spot. I don't have a spot yet. That's going to be underneath us. And then we have logo is going to go likely on the tail when I figure out what I want to call this sucker. All right. That's all good. These can be filled out at some point. I have nothing for that. All right. So we got to figure out the top strobe. Let's see what the hell's wrong with that. Could be an electrical prob. Oh, it's blacked out. That's why. All right. Let's go. Additive white paint. That's all that was. And we have bottom strobe. Needs to be lit up. I accidentally color swapped all of that shit when I did the color swapped one of the panels. I accidentally blackened them all out. All right, good. So that's fixed. So we can... All right, attachment release. So this is the attachment here. I need to set up a release for that, so I gotta friggin' do that. Need space for that shit. Okay, it's gonna go in here. All right, so let's do. All right, connector release. Let's go up to here. If I can find what I'm doing here. So generally, human factors wise, you don't want to accidentally hit the wrong button. So if I put a square button here, we have two squares next to each other. It's easy to confuse this square with this square. If I put a down arrow here, it's easy to confuse these and get them out of order. And so like what you want to do here is I'm going to do the release. We'll do it as 2. This will be connect or release. Release. All right. And what we're going to do is an arrow button down. All right. And because that's going to indicate that's below us. And that's going to be a push. That will be 2. So now if we look at the side, it is gauge, square, diamond, flip, or triangle, flip. And so it's hard to confuse these. They're different shapes. And so you'll see that a lot where in aviation or otherwise, they'll do different shapes. It's good human factors so that you don't accidentally confuse them. That's why you do that. All right, so what we're going to do here is I need just enough time to get away from the connectors. So what we want to do here is come in. Give myself a little bit of space here. We're kind of cramped. All right, so from the panel, we want to go two. If I do that, it will just be a regular straight connector. I could do an auto. I'm trying to think. Generally, I don't need to do a timer as well. So what I was going to do is make it so that when I press this button, it auto starts the timer, and it will not allow it to reconnect until the timer is out. But I think we should be all right like this. If I need to add the timer, and it will take me 2 seconds to do later. So that's a simple push, so that when I push that, it will disconnect me from either Tethys or any of the other pads. And, okay, so I don't want to do it like that. Let me see. So, actually, I do this a little bit more complex than this. So, let's see. So, usually, I think I do it on board. All right, so I'll show you on board Tethys. So, let's save this real quick. So think about it this way. When you're coming in to land on the ship, right, you don't want to accidentally connect this connector to the one that's on the left, right? Because you'd be offset on your pad. So these are acting like magnets. So say we're coming in and we're a little bit far to the left. We don't want this right connector to connect to the left connector on the pad. So the way the pad works is only one of the connectors is activated. And so it can only grab on one of these. So I got to figure out how I set this up. I got to look at it. I haven't done it in a while. All right, so let's go check Tethys and see if the logic's on Tethys or it's on the helicopter. We'll get. Should have pulled Katie. Katie, I know works fine. So what this does is, say for example, when you're coming in to land, the left connector is activated on the helicopter, and the left connector is activated on the landing pad. So only your left connector can connect. So you can't accidentally connect them the wrong way. And so what happens then is once the left connector connects, it then allows the right connector to connect so that you can't accidentally grab the wrong connector. So let's grab Tethys here real quick. So let me check the logic on these. All right, so see we have connected on left. So connected comes down to the port connector. And then over here, it goes from the starboard connector there. And so if we go in the logic here, so what's going to happen is if the port connector is not connected, it will disconnect the starboard connector. So the only time the starboard connector can connect is when the port one has already connected. And so you do that the same on the helicopter, essentially. So you want it so that the starboard connector is always released until the port connector is connected. So when you come into land, only the port connector can grab. And once that has connected, then the starboard can grab. That way you can't accidentally grab the wrong connector. So port should be activated. Okay. So that's how it sets up, and that will make sure that it only ever grabs the right connector. I keep saying the right connector, the correct connector. It will only ever grab the correct connector, and it cannot accidentally misalign with the wrong connector. Let's go in here. So we need to fill some more out here. So I'm glad there's a big panel. We're gonna need it. We're gonna run out here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. Alright, so let's go ahead and, yeah, we have to do this, so let's just do it. So this is going to be port connector release. Is that what I want? Shit, let me see. I'm going to run out of space doing this. So I just want the... It's actually... I need to keep the starboard connector disconnected, so... So I need to keep... Okay, I'm trying to think. I need to keep the starboard connector disconnected, so... Port. Let me quickly... I gotta walk through this in my head. Let's go through it in here. Alright, so when I press this, I want to release the connectors. And then I need to read in... So starboard's going to take care of itself on the pad. So as soon as the port connector disconnects, the starboard on the pad is going to disconnect. So I don't need to worry about disconnecting the starboard connector. That will automatically do it itself. So this is going to be the port connector release. So I need an input on the port connector. Okay. So let's see. I think starboard will release itself. So what am I doing here? So I don't really do it. So let me see. Starboard is going to disconnect itself anyway. So the thing I need to make sure is that the starboard connector is disconnected till the port connector is connected. So shit. Trying to think. I can't have this take up too much space. So I need to be able to release the port connector on the helicopter, so that needs to stay. That will automatically release the starboard, but the starboard needs to be released unless the port, so that's a problem. I could do it out of this because I would need to read in port connector and then push out to starboard as well. So I need 2 nodes and I don't have the space. Let's get rid of that for now. And I'm going to make another panel just to do this because all I need is port connector release. Port connector will release the starboard connector. And then what I need to do is put a, let's see, I need to find a space for a 2-banger. I've got a 2-banger not there. Where's the 2-banger? 1-banger there. Ugh. Running out of space in this build. That is right there. I got 2 bangers here. Okay. Alright, so I can put one there. see what the interior of this looks like. Oh, that's screwed there. What do you look like here? Perfect. So if you use microcontrollers, they give you more fuel space, so it's kind of nice sometimes to stick them in there anyway to get rid of the wedges. All right, so essentially what's going to happen is if the port connector is not connected, the starboard connector will not be able to be connected. So real quick, this is going to be the... let me check something real quick. What is under here? You are what, madam? Airspeed indicator, artificial horizon. Okay, good. All right, so this here is going to be the connector system. All right, so this is going to be, we need to read in port on off, port connector, because I still have two things I want to use on that one more spot on that. God damn it! I hit my microphone. That was not good. All right, and then this one's going to go on off output to starboard connector. Okay, starboard connector right there. All right. So if the port connector is not connected, it's going to shut off the starboard connector. Okay. So port connector, starboard connector. What? Right there. Grab the wrong node. All right, so that goes to the release on the starboard side. And then up here, we take the release, and the release goes to the port side. All right. So the logic on the pad will take care of releasing the starboard connector on the pad, and then the this will take care of the other side of it. So essentially what's going to happen is when we come into land, right, I'll walk you through it quick. Come on. All right, so what's going to happen is when we come into land, there are going to be two connectors energized, one on the pad and one on the helicopter, and it's only going to be the port connector. So when we come into land, the port connector on the pad is going to be energized. It's going to be ready to connect. The port connector on the helicopter is going to be energized, ready to connect. So when we come in, the only connector that is possible to grab onto is the left one, the port one. And so as we come into land, there is no possibility of this one grabbing the wrong connector on the pad. So we come in and only this one can grab. Once this one grabs, it says, hey, I'm connected, now you can connect. And then it allows this one to connect so that you always align correctly. It never misaligns. So that's the whole reason for doing that. And then we don't need electricity on that, I don't believe, but I might plumb it in for recharging purposes. I think I will. So let's go ahead and take these. These will plumb in for recharging purposes, and they will go to there so that I can shut the master off and it will recharge the helicopter. All right, spawn this. Let's spawn Tethys, and I'll kind of show you what it's going to do. So this should make it so that it always will grab the correct spot on the pad. It never makes you so that you grab the wrong one, then say, shit, I got to disconnect and go grab the other side. All right. You know, and that's the whole benefit of the system is like the nice thing with these connectors is they will grab pretty far distance, so you can, you know, you can be coming up in rolling seas and we'll grab. How's it going there, Owl? Well, yeah, I understand the logic of how it works. It wasn't that. It was where the hell am I going to put it? You know, I wasn't contemplating the actual logic. It was this. I want to have something on this space right here. And if I did that logic in this panel up top, I would not have the space for there. So it was not a lack of me knowing what the logic was. It was a lack of me understanding, like, where am I going to put this sucker? Let's fly in first person so we don't crash. So like watch when I do a bunch of movements with my helicopter. See how the yellow light flashes? Now I gotta change where it is because I'm flying fine still. But that will warn me from doing too many maneuvers. Like right now, I'm rolling, I'm pitching, I'm yawing, and I'm doing collective all at once, and that will bring down the RPS. So I gotta change it so it's not so sensitive. But if you do too much, you don't want it will warn you. So I gotta go down to like 5. Let's say 580. So that warns you that, hey man, you're doing too much. You gotta relax, or else you're gonna over torque the engine. All right, so as we come in here, only the port side should and can grab, and so that prevents us from accidentally grabbing. So like if I came in too far to the left, that starboard linkage on the pad itself should be off. Let's help ourselves out here a little. I don't need it, but we'll turn on the lights of the camera. All right, so as I come in here, I'm going to purposely try to grab the right side of the pad with my connector, and it shouldn't allow it, and that way you can't accidentally grab the side because it will fall off the pad. So you'll keep you trying until you get the correct connector. So like trying to grab the wrong connector, it's just not going to do it. So see, it says, nope, can't grab, sorry, try again. You know, and then you get close to the correct one. Try not to hit the crane. Okay, I see where we're at now. We're further back than I thought we were. You should be grabbing. I'm still a little bit further back than I need to be. There we go. All right, so now it grabs. See the right side? Just grabbed. So it will only grab that left side, then the right says, hey, I can grab now. So that's why you set it up that way, so that it can only ever grab. Like we went over to the right side, it says, nope, not grabbing. Then you get over here and it grabs. So it always aligns itself correctly, because if it grabbed the wrong side, we'd be hanging off the right side of the port. I'd have to disconnect, fly up again, try to grab it again. Oh crap, grabbed wrong again, got to do it again. So it prevents that pain in the ass of going back and forth, back and forth. All right, let's shut off the fuel. We'll go to, that will go. I want to test something. So I want to put the parking brake on and see if it will do a wheelie when I take off in Tethys. I'm hoping it doesn't. Parking brakes on. Yeah, I was mostly just trying to figure out where I wanted that panel, because I need one more space on that panel, and if I use something, I was going to lose it. I did turn the bridge systems on so I can see what I'm doing here. I thought I had linked up. I don't think I saved it. Yeah, I don't think I saved it right. I think I forgot. I did. I forgot this. Nope, it's working now. Okay, good. I did get the latest version of Tethys. I had a version. I did this the other day where I fixed the lights and I joined the. Make sure this dings. I forgot to save, and I went back and saved it. Okay, good. Yep. So this is the good version. I accidentally forgot to save, and then I had to go back to backups to get the version because I did the lights down here. Yep. Okay, good. This is the right version. All right. Why is this fucking RPM still? I still need to index those gauges. I keep forgetting to write down the RPM on there. I got to do it right now. Where's Tethys? All right, bridge, index piston RPM, and I'll set where it's at. All right. Let's say 350. Because I keep forgetting to write it down, and then I don't index it correctly. Make these 4,000. Okay. All right, let's go ahead, and we're clutched in. Yeah, let's go forward. So this was doing a wheelie, and it was sitting on its tail. Yeah, fucking still doing it, even with the brakes. All so I'm going to have to do some sort of grab system on the nose, which I really rather not do. Because I can't really change the geometry of this helicopter. I've already got the wheels. I could do a more robust trailing linkage on the wheels, but I don't want to screw with it too much. I really don't. Trying to think of like, because I have a bunch of different designs here, so I was gonna make like a donger that pops up and keeps it from doing this, but then I have different versions. Like, you know, if I move those connectors back one block, it wouldn't do this, but the problem is it doesn't work for everything either. So trying to keep subgrids to a minimum. I could just do a cable. Might just do a cable. Cable with a magall that I manually put there. That's a thought. Yeah, I lost my ability to put a tie down on the front because I put the heater there. Put a tie down in front of the wheel, maybe. Let's let Tethys go out there. I'll bring up a version of Tethys that has. Let's put Tethys out on autopilot. Let's turn that on. Let's put on nav lights. Steering there, guy? Did I put it in? I did. AP master, GPS is on. 078. Why are you not turning? What the fuck? Excuse me? What are you doing? Why are you not turning, you jackass? Okay, GPS is on. Why are you not turning? It's showing the right GPS coordinates, too. It's showing 078. Why are you not going? Why? On what planet does that not make sense to you to go that way? Alright, that's going on the to-do list. Let's see. Bridge. AP GPS. Not working. Something's up with that. Let's try, make sure I didn't break an electrical connection. Nope. Interesting. There's not electricity. Gotta figure out what's happened there. Alright, let's put a 080 in there. Something's up with the rudders altogether. The rudders aren't going at all. Interesting. Alright, so it's a rudder issue. Alright, let's fix that over here. That's a rudder issue. See if I can manually steer the rudders. Yep, I manually steer it. Let's check GPS. We're up and running, right? Yeah, we're up and running. So 356074 is correct. AP on. Should be having right rudders. Okay, so it's an autopilot issue. Alright, because I can oversteer it. I can steer it correctly. And then if I put in a, let's say 080 on heading hold, it should be giving me a full right rudder. It's not. All right, so that's an autopilot issue. What's up with that? All right, let's see. Something's up with that. Let's see, where you at there? Right there is heading hold rudders. All right. Bearing panel. Okay, bearing panel got disconnected. Why? What? What's going on here, man? When did this get fucked up? Did I delete the bearing panel or something? I don't think so. 2 heading hold. Okay, that got disconnected. That will do it every day of the week. 2 drive panel, 2 engine. Okay. That's weird. How the hell did that get disconnected? I don't know what the 2 engines about. I gotta look at that. I don't know how that got disconnected. 2 engine. 2 engine, what are you? From helm. Okay, so that's just the engine connection from the helm. That's just reading helm through. It's just a pass through. Fuel systems dock. Where is the engine controllers? I don't know what that's all about. All right, let's try spawn. Let's check it out. All right, so let's go put that coordinate in. So we should get full right rudder. Full right rudder. Okay. I don't know why or how that got disconnected. All right, so we should have straight rudders again. Straight rudders again. Let's go 080. We should have full right rudder again. Full right rudder. 270. Full left rudder. Excuse me. How? What? Why? Explain this to me. How's that working? Why? 270. Oh, radio. I click radio. Heading hold. That would make what? That makes sense. All right, perfect. That's right. I clicked the wrong button. I clicked radio because it was going to 0000 on the radio, so that's why I was doing it. All right. Let's go 080. Should be full right rudder. Okay, that's fine. All right. I don't know what the engine component is, but that's probably shut off, I would say. No, it's helm. I don't know why it's doing that. That could be old from another build. I think it is. All right, so that should fix that. Let's index those gauges before I lose my mind because I've literally written that down 58 times to do. So let's click on that. Yeah, I've done that. I've clicked on that so many times to try to get rid of that piston. This needs to go to 350. And these need to be 4K. All right. All right, so that's fixed now. All right. All right, I can cut those out. That's good, that's good, and that's good. All right, that's working now. All right. Let me check the radio freak on this. I keep forgetting what the radio freak is on this. You'll find the antenna. So Tethys broadcasts its GPS position out on a radio frequency so that no matter where Tethys is in the world, I can find it with the helicopter. So that's kind of a cool system to be able to do that. Pain in the ass to find these. Command stop. All right, so there's a command stop. This is a feature I have not put in this. So command stop I use in the boat. And so if I put in frequency 4444, it commands Tethys to stop. And so the benefit with that is, like, say, for example, I'm using a slow boat and I need to tell Tethys, hey, stop so I can catch up to you. Or if, like, say the weather conditions are really bad and I want Tethys to stop, I put in my radio 4444 and it will tell Tethys to stop. So that's the command stop right there. Let me write that down. Yeah, let me make a radio frequency section. Radio freak. Command stop is 4444. Okay, and then Tethys also reports out its position so that you can find it via whatever. It doesn't need to be a helicopter necessarily, but whatever it's running. So there's freak. That is radio transmit frequency. Okay, that should be part of the drone controller. So let's see, what do you... That is probably drone control there. AP touch, yeah, that's all that. Let's see, what do you... That's all part of it there. Shit, I'm trying to find where it is here. What are you? You are homing radio. This is it right here. Okay. So the homing radio is 6886. So let's see. Tethy homing radio is 6886. All right. So like if we spawn Tethys, and then I just need to power up. So Tethy is going to report its position via radio. So 6886. Let me go over here. I don't have a radio on this. Shit, this one won't work yet. Yeah, this one's not going to work. I don't have the radio set up in this. I don't have a radio hooked up in here. Let's see, does it have a radio connection? Probably doesn't. Physics sensor. How? You didn't get hooked up to the physics sensor either, did you? Where's that? I hope I didn't delete the goddamn physics sensor. I did. I deleted the fucking physics sensor. Ugh, it's getting so obnoxious, me deleting stuff. This build is just getting too full. I bet it was sitting right up here, and I deleted the physics sensor out of everything. Yep. Piss. Piss. Piss, piss, and piss. I bet it was sitting right here. That makes sense. That's obnoxious, it really is. I cut the physics sensor out of there. Come on, dude, just give me a break. There we go. That's annoying as hell. I'm gonna find a place for this physics sensor. Or I will not delete the goddamn thing ever again. Right here is fine. Should be towards the middle, but it's not the end of the world if it's not. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna have to be down. The light go anywhere else? What is this? This is all... That can't be screwed with. That can't be screwed with. That's engine connection there. Any place I can put this light other than where it is? No. What are you? I can't block this because this is where fuel goes in. I'll cut a little fuel if I do that. I'd rather not cut the fuel. Son of a bitch, this is annoying. I could double the lights up, but I'd lose a little fuel there. I stuck them right here, but that's obnoxious. The lights are that close to the cockpit. That could work, but that's probably... Is that where my nav light is? No. That could work right there. Let's do that. Okay, that is... And then we'll double the lights up, and I'll put a physics sensor back in there. I thought I had checked everything when I put that light in. I guess I didn't. Starting to get just... Like, this build's just so full of logic. It's got everything that's starting to get obnoxious to place it. Place everything. Alright. That's good. And then physics sensor needs to go back in here. Just double check that I don't have one sitting somewhere. This camera. Connectors. Yeah, I definitely cut the physics sensor out of there. Alright. It's like one of the most important things, and then you're like, why is my build not working anymore? It's like, I cut the physics sensor out, you donkey. And you need electricity. And then I gotta hook that up to everything it's supposed to be hooked to, so. Gotta hook to bearing panel, vert speed, ton of stuff this has to hook to. Artificial horizon. Physics sensor. Pusher torque correction. This should be able to go, actually. Up, here's the physics sensor right there. No, that's physics torque correction. This panel can go. So I should cut that panel out at some point. Because I'm not doing this torque correction anymore. So that can go. Physics sensor. Everything needs a physics sensor. It's just like... I hope that's it. Physics sensor. It's really, that was an ugly thing to detach. It's really not fun to detach that when you need it. Alright, let me make sure this isn't doing anything anymore. It's not. That can go. See ya. Alright, this will give me some space for something later when I need it or want it, so... There's a space for 3 when I need it later. I was doing a torque correction for the propeller that pushes us, and I finally decided, screw it, I'll just double it up so I don't have to have torque correction anymore. Alright, that should fix the physics sensor. Jesus Christ, I gotta stop cutting that physics sensor. Keep doing it. Alright, and then lights, I need to hook the lights back up, so we have... This light needs to go to this light. Then we need the composite from the lighting panel. Right there. Okay. Alright, so let's home into Tethys. So what we'll do here is we'll put a marker on Tethys where it's sitting. Alright, we'll jump in. Alright, so let's go ahead and master power that. And then we have the bearing panel there. So what we'll do is we will put in the GPS coordinates that I just put in for Tethys. And then we'll select GPS, and so it's a bearing of 010. So we'll deselect that. That's the bearing, and it is 0.3 nautical miles, a bearing of 010 to Tethys. Alright, now we're going to do it via radio. So we go over to the radio, and we go 6... 8, 8, 6. Then we want to go to radio. All right, and now I think we have to do radio nav. No, okay, because I don't have the antenna. Fuck, I forgot the whole reason I came over here and started screwing with this was to see if I could put the antenna in there, and then I got distracted by the physics sensor. All right, let's check this. I probably don't have a home for this. FLIR FOV can go. And FLIR can go, so I've got space for that. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get rid of FLIR FOV. And what we'll do, so I need to send, I need composite in from the radio. I need composite in from the radio, and I need frequency out. And it's going to receive. All right, so I can't do it. I'm not going to do stop command to Tethys anyways because I don't have the space to put a stop button in. But what I can do is I can do, so FLIR FOV is going. That's going to be antenna comp. That's going to be a number output. See, I could do a freak. All right. Let's go in and play with this. Where's my light bullshit? I gotta find where it went. Where did you just go? Right here. Nope, that's not it. Antenna composite right there. I assume I'm running on 1 and 2. All right, so we need to run the frequency out, which was probably over here. That's this info right here. That should be that right there. That should be the frequency out right there, and then we want to read this in, and then what is radio? I gotta read it on the Lua off of this. I don't know why it came out of here. No, it's off the autopilot panel. All right, let's go to autopilot panel. Let's see what radio is. You have spaces on you? 1. Where's my Lua on here? Right here. Radio is right here. I think it's 10. I think it's 10. Yeah, I think it's channel 10. If 9, 10, 11, 12, so let's see. Yeah, 9, 10 would be radio. 11 is going to be... yeah, okay, so I think it's 10. Channel 10, I believe. Keypad, that is numerical switch box off of what? That is the regular. I already have it set up. Right here. Okay. That's 10 right there. Okay, so this is the radio change over here. So when I do radio, it will be that. So I don't have to do that, but what I have to do is the problem is I ended up faking my radio. This is a fake radio essentially because I was having problems with the add-on. The way it used to work was these were all real ground stations with an add-on, and then they would go ahead and they would actually broadcast at real frequency. That caused problems because the add-ons were lagging out the game, and so I had to fake it where now their GPS coordinates are in here. So then at some point I need to add in the antenna comp on this. Shit. Let's screw this off for right now. I'm not going to worry about that right now. It's a pain in the ass to do. Let's save this real quick. I'll go hit the head, go do something else for a little bit. Yeah, so anyways, I do have some that are set up this way. Katie, you set up this way? Let's see, Katie. Katie might still be on the radio system. So the way this used to work, and the way that this is much better, this is much more realistic, this system. But it was causing problems, so I had to fuck with it. But literally it had a radio in there, I think. Problem. So anyway, the way this used to work is, here, I'll bring up an ADF and you can see. So this is how it works IRL. So you have a shack. The shack sits at the airport. All right. Now inside of the shack is a GPS. Now, it's not how it works in real life. It doesn't broadcast its own GPS signal. It broadcasts where it is, and then your equipment figures it out. And so what this does is this takes the GPS signal of its current location and it broadcasts it out through the antenna. And so you will pick it up in your antenna on your airplane, and it will say, hey, my current GPS coordinates is X and Y. And then your system will say, okay, I'm going to come to you X and Y. And so this just says, hey, this is where I am. Now the benefit of the system and why I liked it more is if I move it here, it now has a different XY coordinate. If I move it here, it has a different XY coordinate. Here, it has a different XY coordinate. Here, it has a different XY coordinate. Now, the benefit with this is that when you do a seed-based system like we have, and you have the islands where they are, is my seed's 192,837. So for 192,837, these islands are where they are. But if I do a different seed, they're somewhere else. Now, the issue was this, is with my system, if I put an ADF on this island and you use a different seed, the ADF shack is still on this island. And so when this island moves via seed, the coordinates change. And so if you use a different seed and this island is over here, it will broadcast its current location. So when you tune in, say, channel 650, it will tell you how to get to right here. If this island's over here and you tune in channel 650, it will tell you how to get right to there. And so that's a much more realistic system. And unfortunately, it was causing problems. So at some point I need to rebuild the system. But that was actually a better system because you would actually use the radio to get places. All right, I'm going to take a quick coffee break. I got to get a drink and use the facilities. Be right back. Right, I am returned. Hello there, normal guy, 6589. How are you? All right, so let's see. I'm trying to think what I have for version. So, yeah, so that I would love to get the ADF system back up and running. It's it was a really cool system. Like, here, let's look in the workbench again. This is how ADF is a real system. They don't use it much anymore, but it was a cool system. And so you see all the shacks I had. So these shacks were physically in places. I had these shacks all over the place. They were at each airport. You can see we have ADF 635, 630, 600. They're all different frequencies. Some of these are up on stilts so that they can be out on some of the islands. And so this was a cool system. I had these everywhere. They were... Let me see if I can find my ADF channels. So, like, here are my ADF channels. These are all the channels, and so I wanted Shipbreaker, Airport Ender, Harrison Clark, Military FJ, Draymore, Ender O'Neill, Tajin, Dual Base, Creative. These Triton's rear pad and Triton's front pad have frequencies. And so the benefit of this was it didn't matter what seed you used, because as long as you loaded in the add-on, they would be in the correct position and they would be reporting their current position, and that was really good. The problem was, after a while, I was like, my game was lagging out like crazy. I was like, what the hell? And like, after say like 20 hours in a career game, my game would lag out, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I was getting a huge SV environment problem. And so likely what the issue was were the shacks were not despawning correctly. And so the entire map, I had ADFs everywhere. Every single airport plus certain points of interest, like, for example, one of these islands. And up here at Shipbreaker, BVG had one, Tajin had one. And the benefit was, if you wanted to navigate realistically from, say, Draymore, and you wanted to navigate up to Tajin, you would navigate realistically. And the benefit of those ADF systems is the antennas in-game have a range. So the max antenna has a range of 20 kilometers, and you double that. So it's 20 plus 20. So you get 40 is your max distance between two huge antennas. And so if you left Draymore, and Draymore has a huge antenna, and you have a huge antenna on your airplane, you could plot a course out of Draymore for up to 40 kilometers. This is 32 squared here, so let's say that's about, oh, I don't know, that's about 40 kilometers there, right? So as you start to get away from Draymore, about 40 kilometers, it's going to be less and less accurate, which it would be like in real life. And now the next one is Shipbreaker. So if Shipbreaker is now within 40 kilometers of us, we can transfer over to Shipbreaker. Now what happens in real life is when you're doing these long over-ocean journeys, you'll lose signal. So I would head out on a bearing from Draymore, and right about here I'd lose signal. And I'd keep on that bearing for a little while until I started picking up Shipbreaker. And eventually when I get here, I'm within 40 kilometers of Shipbreaker, I'd pick up Shipbreaker and I would head up to Shipbreaker. As I get close to Shipbreaker, I'd transfer to Tajin, and then I can actually go in on an instrument approach right into Tajin. And so it was a really cool system that was realistic, and the antennas would start to lose signal when you'd get a certain distance from them like they do IRL. But the problem was, I think that parts of the map could never despawn. So when I was up in the Arctic, all this is spawned because I had a keep active block on them, I think. Let me look. They have a keep active block. I might be able to make this work if I rip the keep actives out of there. I don't. They don't have to keep actives on them. Shit. That would have been easy. Yeah, I thought these had keep actives. They don't. And so the problem was these never were not allowing the parts of the map to despawn. And so let me check some of the other ones, make sure they don't have it either. So I'd love to play with the ADFs again and get them working, because this was a really cool and realistic way to do it. And instead of me having to fake them all in and put in GPS coordinates into the microcontroller, they would literally read the radio. And wherever this thing moved, if it moved 10 feet to the left, it would show a different GPS coordinate, and you'd home into it. So it was a really cool system, but I gotta have to play with it again. All right, so that is done. Let's look at the to-do list. So Orange Hilo, attachment release is Fuck, I didn't test it. Let's go test it real quick. And see what it's doing. I gotta make sure the attachment release system works. I want to check it off my list. I want to be able to use this helicopter in career, and I didn't have the ability to detach this, so that was kind of not super usable. Alright, so it's attached now. Should be able to just tap the button and have it detach. When I'm powered up. Alright, good. Should reconnect here. There we go. Alright, so that detachment works. So we can detach from things. Trying to think of a way to strap this down so that it doesn't tip on its ass. So I think the easiest thing's going to be... I don't want to have to put a rope anchor on everything. Could do a mag-all type of dealio. Trying to think what I want to do here. Cause like, let me look at some of my other builds here and see what they have. I think a bunch of them sit on their ass, so... Like Chickadee, do you have a rope anchor on the front? You don't. So like, I could put one on Chickadee. Chickadee's got a paint problem here. Thought I fixed that. I fixed it, but I didn't save it. The problem with Chickadee, or the problem with adding it on, I can't add it on everything. A rope anchor would be best. Would be best. English language, me speak. Say what I can do. Yeah, Chickadee could get a rope anchor. Let's try something on Tethys. I think rope anchor is going to be the easiest, and I'll put rope anchors on the corners here. That's what I'm going to do. All right, so let's take that. Let's actually do... Yeah, I had to put you in the center, didn't I? Of course I did. Let's see. Let's go like that. Eventually I'll be able to fly properly here. All right, let's do that. Okay. Find one that's not way off into the distance here. Right there is fine. All right, what are you? Please be nothing so I can cut you out and not have a big to do here. Nothing, are you nothing? You actually nothing? You're not my physics sensor masquerading as nothing? Looks like nothing. All right, let's see. Let's get a rope anchor in there. Hopefully it clears the tire collision. Bitch. It doesn't clear it. I should be able to go right there. All right. You're nothing. Are you actually nothing? You're not going to be something important that I need later. That I realize, oh shit, why did I ever cut you? Alright, there we go. That should be easy enough to do in most of the builds to not have problems. Alright, so that is now in there. So that should be able to rope that sucker down. back's dying. Back's dying on me here. Great pleasure in life, having a bad back. Take care of your back, everybody. Don't go to work for people who destroy your back. Put it that way. All right, let's go there. Okay, I just want to make sure it doesn't completely sit on its tail. It doesn't need to be perfect. It can stick up a little bit, but the momentum, it likes to sit on its tail, so I really don't want that to happen. I want it to be simple where I can just tie it down. I can do double tie downs too. The closer tie down is actually on this side. Let's do this. Let's try to bring it down to 1 meter and see if it will grab. Yeah, so that's 1 meter there. That's not going to go anywhere. All right, good. That was another update the devs did that was great. That, you know, I think they don't get enough credit for sometimes, is the ability to change the ropes. Hello there, Meyer. How are you? Thank you, thank you. Hello, Rasmus. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I don't want to deal with Magall. The rope swim is better. I don't want to do the extra subgrids. I'm trying to avoid too many subgrids. Yeah, I had thought about it, but I don't want the extra subgrids. Alright, good. That sits fine. Doesn't need to sit perfectly down. It just needs to not go sit on its tail the whole time, because that looks funky and the crane's a pain in the ass. That's all it needs. Perfect. So that's good, and then pretty much most of the builds can do that. Because what happens is when I first accelerate, it sits on its tail, and so what happens is it leans up, the rope pulls it back down, and it sits fine because it's now at the same rate of speed. So, you know, that works as a tie down. And I should be able to get a nose anchor on most of my builds. Very few of them are not going to be able to take a nose anchor. Seeing we have the Pope of Steam here, have you put any cats on your dark smoke systems to get rid of them? Yeah, I was contemplating Magall, but I didn't want the extra subgrid, and you know, that's the main reason I didn't do it. And then a little bit of flexibility is helpful. Like, it starts to get to the point where it doesn't have enough flexibility. It has some give, so as I do things to this and I bounce around, this is going to have give, especially you have to imagine this is going to go out on heavy seas. The more bounce, the less likely you're going to break something. So like, see how it bounces? That's what you want. You want this to be able to really rock and roll on there and not destroy itself. If this is hard pressed, that's why, for example, these move. Those move so that it doesn't destroy itself. Because if it... again, you need flexibility. What the fuck is going on here? Why are we rolling so hard? Holy shit. But you see, like, this is rocking and rolling, and because it can both pitch back and it can go up and down vertically, it prevents it from, again, you can't have it in the game, 2 immovable objects. You're going to roll over on me, son of a bitch. Is the weight disconnected, or is that just the effect of the wind? Let me see the weight. What the weight? I can't tell the weight. We're upside down now. Let me make sure the weight, the electricity, and the weight's good. That was 100% wind too. I don't really care too much about 100% wind. See what the weight's doing. Make sure the weight's not going. Because I have done a bunch of stuff to this lately. I could have disconnected the weight. If I disconnect the weight, it will... Alright, the weight's moving in the correct direction. It was just the wind being obscene. That's all it is, the wind being obscene. 100% wind is hurricane force wind. Kind of expect that we shouldn't be out there anyway. But, alright, good. So that connection system works. That should work with most stuff, and it's easy to just rope it down. As long as it's within 1 or 2 meters here, it should be able to easily hook it up. That works out well. So that's an easy solution. So I like that solution. All right, let's see. So that attachment release is fixed. So the orange helicopter can go to bed for a little while. We'll get off of that. Breaker room, Harbor Gens, Harbor Gen. Okay, fix the GPS problem. Okay, it's working. Yeah, thanks, Darkside. Trippa. It will sync, yeah. So, I'll get on this topic for 2 seconds. I'm so tired of this friggin' syncing bullshit topic. Probably killing comments on, there's this friggin' comment thing that I should have just ignored that I went into with somebody on one of my videos, and literally we have the same opinion. They just but it's an obnoxious conversation. We'll go over it. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Why? I hate it how it does this, man. YouTube's a pain in the balls sometimes the way it does comments. It might be in the other video. Like we both have the same opinion essentially on what we'd like for the game. The difference is again, I understand that the game isn't just for me. Where the hell is this comment? I see it on mobile, but now it's not coming up on my regular dashboard. But essentially, the person's whole thing is that they want the game to be more realistic, and I agree. I want the game to be more realistic too, but the difference is I understand that the devs have to worry about going out of business. And so, if they did everything I want, guess what? The game would probably go out of friggin' business. And so it's this whole string here is kind of obnoxious at the point. It's it's not about it being able to sync, it's about it taking incredibly long to do so. So the whole string here is a bunch of bullshit. So this person's asking for more reality, but then they don't want reality. So they're it's not about it not being able to sync, it's about it taking incredibly long to do so. Those big doors let air out fast enough, the air pressure should have a negligible effect on sync times. Again, you need to understand what is the objective of the developer. The objective of the developer is so that somebody who wants to sync their ship in 5 minutes or less can do that. Somebody who wants their ship to sync in 20 minutes can do that. Somebody who wants their ship to sync in an hour can do that. That is the objective of the developers, is so that different people can play different ways. In real life, your objective is to never sync, right? That's your objective. So to make the game too realistic would make it so that you're, for example, the Titanic took 2 hours and 40 minutes to sink. How many of those impatient people who want to go play for 5 minutes and sink the Titanic are going to be happy that the Titanic actually takes 2 hours and 40 minutes to sink? Very few of them. All right. The people who tend to do sinking ship survival, I would say, are the people who tend to want quicker, more instant gratification gameplay, which there's nothing wrong with that. So I say, and so this person's claim is it's to be able to sync without it taking incredibly long to do so. As though they didn't watch my video where one of my builds sunk in 11 minutes, one of my builds sunk in 31 seconds, and one of the builds sunk in 69 seconds. So, again, so they're not taking incredibly long to do so. And so in this very video, I show how to sink a boat in 31 seconds and 1 minute. Is that too long? Again, the person making the claim that it takes too long to sink. I literally show in the video a boat that sinks in 31 seconds. It's dude, it's like people don't even watch the friggin' video. So which one is it? This one sinks in 30... This one might be the 60 seconds. Nope, there we go. So that one sinks in 31 seconds. 33 seconds, okay. So, again, so people want boats that, don't take an incredibly long time to sink. I literally, in the video you're commenting on that you likely didn't watch, I show you that you can sink a boat in 31 seconds. If we look at the sink box, this sink box, right, this one takes 11-something minutes. All right, where is it? Wait till I go down. 706 seconds. So let's see, 706 divided by 60. That's 11.76 minutes. All right, so depending on what system you build into your build, you can make the build take as long as you want. Again, this is a game. and it's built for different people. You have impatient kids who want to sink a boat in 5 minutes. You can have that. All right. If it took 15 minutes, they go, "Oh my God, it takes forever." All right, that's who you're dealing with here as a developer. Right? That's who the developer has to worry about. All right. So if you want your boat, let's see, this one took 33 seconds. I have another one here that takes 69 seconds, I think. So let's see. It was that's the sink cube. Here's this one. Here's the one that should take 66 seconds, 69 seconds or whatever. 149 seconds on this one. So 149 divided by 60. That's 2.48 minutes. All right, so I keep hearing this complaint that, oh my God, it takes so long to sink a boat. So in this video, I literally show you one that sinks in 33 seconds, which if that takes too long for you, there's something wrong with you. All right. I show you one that sinks in 2 minutes and 49 seconds. So that's 3 minutes, right? So that's about 6 times longer. And then I show you one that sinks in 11 minutes. So again, you as the engineer and designer can make your boat sink as quickly or as slowly as you want so that you can accomplish what you want. Do you want to do sinking ship survival where you RP for 15 minutes with a bunch of friends? You can do it. You want to have it sink in 30 seconds when you shoot a boat with torpedoes? You can have it. All right, this is why this issue aggravates me so much, right? And so, like, you know, and then he goes in, he goes, it's not about, oh my God, it's not about if you can. When a sentence is fucked up, I can't, like, even read it. It's not about if you can, it's about the game being realistic. Okay. In survival, for example, you want to be able to build a regular boat and have it sink in a realistic amount of time. Okay, well, that depends on a number of factors. They should either balance the gas physics or just remove them entirely. Again, bullshit. They should not just, again, he says right here they should balance the gas physics. They already have. You know, this is what's driving me nuts, is the devs, again, are balancing the gas physics to try to appease people who want, 1, no gas physics, like this person's even suggesting. 2, people who have zero knowledge about any physics. You know, an 8-year-old kid who doesn't know shit about shit. They need to make the game approachable for that person. They also need to make the game approachable and enjoyable for somebody who has a lot of experience in this stuff like I do. You know, or somebody who's an absolute genius engineer. They need this to make this game approachable or entertaining for them. And so when you balance, it's compromise. And so the art of compromise is nobody is ever getting 100% of what they want, but everybody can still play. And that's what compromise is all about. And the devs have to compromise because if they don't have enough player base to support the game and the company. Okay? Period. All right. So this is a boo-hoo. It's not the way I want. They should just get rid of it. That's a bullshit argument. I hate that argument. I actively drives me nuts. Is, you know, if it doesn't work perfect, they should just get rid of it. Bullshit. All right. We don't live in a perfect world. None of this is ever going to be perfect. And so I go, they're not going to remove the pressurization major update, nor should they. People need to learn to adapt. Exactly. That's my opinion. Just learn how to do it. All right. Then I responded to something else he put, and then it put them together. But they should not remove the gas physics. They're not going to remove the gas. It's balance. The Titanic took 2 hours and 40 minutes to sink. The same people whining about sinking ships not being realistic would whine about it taking too long. It is a compromise. The tools are in the game for you, the engineer, to sink the ship in the time frame you would like. And that is my position on this. Again, you want to sink in 33 seconds, you can do that. You want it to sink in 11 minutes, you can do that. You want to make a ship that takes 4 hours to sink, you can do that. You have all the tools in the game to do it. They cannot make it one-to-one physics because guess what? You then make it so that for example, York likes to make a bunch of builds that are cool, mechs, and shit that would never work in real life. And that is awesome because we have the tools in game to do unrealistic things. But you cannot make the game so realistic that it precludes you doing some fantasy stuff. All right? And I don't want that. As somebody who really wants a realistic gameplay experience, I do not want them to make the game too realistic that we can't make cool shit. All right? So then again, we're in agreement on some of these things. He goes, I think we just disagree on what the point of the game is. I believe that stormworks is an engineering game where you solve the exact problems you have to solve in real life creation. Is that not what I try to do all day? You know, and that is why I would sacrifice the extra level of detail with gases for realism. I would not. I think the cool shit about the gases, the ability to build air brakes and all these other systems and simulated pneumatics and hydraulics far exceeds the ability to have a silly boat sink in the amount of time you want, which guess what? We can already do. All right. We can have both. I can have my air brake systems and you can have your sinky ship survival as much as you want. Like I've demonstrated in this very video you commented on that you probably didn't even watch. And that's what pisses me off is I literally show in the video how you can tailor the time to whatever you want. So you can have your fun, somebody else can have their fun. It's this bullshit argument that really drives me nuts where people are like, you're playing the game wrong. And that's what I think is nonsense. It's people, they think if people aren't playing the game they want, that it's somehow wrong. And that's a bunch of bullshit. I don't like doing sinking ship survival, but as a mature adult, I do not want to take that fun away from somebody else. Because guess what? You can do your sinking ship survival, you can run around with a fish on your head and act like a jackass and scream at the top of your lungs, and guess what? I can decide not to play with you. And that's perfectly fine. You can play with your middle school friends if you want. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. Because I'm secure enough in my gameplay style that I can go play the way I want, and you can play the way you want, and somebody over there can play the way they want. And I think it's a bullshit argument to try to take away other people's fun. I think it is. So the funny thing is that's exactly what I like doing in this game is what you're saying that I don't. And then it goes, and that is why I would sacrifice the so he wants to get rid of the gas update. It's not fucking happening. I keep seeing this from people. It's not happening. They're not taking months and months and months and months of work that many, 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 many of us both asked for and are enjoying, and that is already coded in the game to make it easier for people who don't want to learn simple mechanics. They're not going to do it. All right. In real life, a boat with massive doors on top and bottom would flood and sink in seconds. Sure, but guess what? This was the fucking problem. Was if they used to have it where the fluid would come in super fast. All right, when the update first came out, and the problem then becomes that again, you're going to have people who want to do something and can't do it because the game is too realistic and doesn't have the ability to do it. You can do that. You want the ship to sink in seconds. I literally show you how to set in this video how to sink the ship in seconds. All right, and then I show you how to sink it in minutes. And guess what? I could make an example that sinks in hours. All right, I could make a different boat sink in different amount of times, and we can all have our fun. That's the thing that annoys me and why I'm so friggin' annoyed with this. And I agree. This is my exact thing here. I think sinking ships on purpose is lame. But guess what? My play style is just one person. It doesn't matter if I think sinking ships on purpose is lame. That doesn't give me the right to take away the fun from somebody else, and it doesn't give me the right to try to shoehorn the devs into something. The devs get to build the game they want, and the devs have built into the game what they want, and that is what the game is going to be. And this is why I keep bringing up this fucking sinking bullshit that's driving me nuts. It's just like the mechanics are easy, and I've done tutorial after tutorial after tutorial demonstrating to people how you can sink a ship in different amounts of time, and you can have your fun, and somebody else can have their fun. And I really hate this notion of if you have fun differently than me, you're wrong, and then you should be precluded from doing what you want to do. I think it's a bullshit argument. So hopefully we can put that shit to bed. All right, let's go back, read some chat here, and then we'll get out of it. But this is why this just drives me nuts. It's people gatekeeping other people's fun, and I think it's a bunch of bullshit. And again, if you made the game one way or the other, for example, if you made the game goofy bullshit, I would stop playing. If you made the game too hard and too much engineering where I would love it, guess what? Too many people would stop playing and the game would go out of business. And so I have to bend in my play style so that the game that I love survives. And the people who like goofy fish in their head bullshit, they need to bend in their play style so that other people can have their fun as well. And guess what? We all have fun. Maybe not as much fun as we could have, but because we all have a little bit of fun, we can all support the game. And guess what? It becomes a viable operation that the developer can stay in business and keep supporting the game. And that's why I kind of harp on this shit, you know? All right, back to chat. All right, let's get the music on while I read chat. Yeah, I like Mira's point. Is I bet the people on the Titanic wish it took a lot longer to sink. Absolutely. It's funny though. This person is like they're arguing that they would like the game to be more realistic while they take away pressure mechanics, which, again, they're not one-to-one. But it doesn't mean something is unrealistic when it is not one-to-one. It's a game and has to have balance, and they have to make things approachable so that more people can play. And I see on a daily basis people asking for help with simple concepts that are simple to me, but not simple to them. And it doesn't mean they're dumb. It doesn't mean that they're, they can't learn these things. It just means they don't know that thing yet. And they can learn it, And there are plenty of things that are simple that I didn't know how to do in this game until I learned them, And that's what makes them simple is you eventually learn it. And I think it's a silly gatekeeping mindset that if people don't play like me, then they are somehow wrong. And I see it every fucking day, and it just drives me nuts. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Oh, it's like, a ship that sinks in 33 seconds, you might be able to get out. That's it. Like, and the cool thing is here, let's bring up some of these examples real fast. It's like, all right, so here is the 2 hatches. All right, so this one has 2. The other one has 2 hatches. This one has 2 hatches. Now it's going to have 1 hatch. Okay. I think I need infinite electricity on for these. All right, so this one has 1 hatch on this side. And again, it's this fucking argument that, well, in real life, if you did this, you're only saying that because you would want it to do X, Y, or Z. But then, again, you have a 8-year-old kid who says, oh, I can build a moon pool, and doesn't realize that, oh, I would need to pressurize the room. Like, there was somebody on one of the Discords who, they didn't realize they need to pressurize the room for a moon pool. They said, oh, eventually my room floods with my moon pool. Yeah, it should. You need to pressurize the air so it exceeds the water pressure. That's basic physics. But guess what? Basic physics is not known to everybody because not everybody is at that level, and that's perfectly fine. And so the developer has to worry about that. They have to worry about some people never being able to figure the game out, And listen, I legitimately don't want the game that would be best for me because guess what? Not enough people would play it, and the developer would give up on the game because guess what? If they can't make payroll, they have to do something else. And so I would rather those people who love sinking ship survival buy copies of the game and wear fish on their head and run around screaming into the mic so that I can still enjoy my gameplay. And for that reason, I don't want their gameplay to go away. And sometimes I'm willing for a compromise to be made that makes the game less realistic so that more people can play so that we all have a game to play. And that's called being mature and being a fucking adult. So my whole thought process on why people want to sink boats is there were some popular YouTubers who they don't build anything themselves. They just download big old shit from the workshop and they sink the ship and they run around screaming in the mic and they listen, there's nothing wrong with it. It can be fun sometimes, like, oh my god, the ship's sinking. Let's try to close the watertight doors and let's try to turn on the ballast pumps. And oh my god, we're still sinking. Okay, let's go to the lifeboats and let's launch the lifeboats. And for example, realistically, there are some cool things. Ships don't sink in stormers. There are some cool things you can do in game. Like, for example, sink a boat And let's say you know it's going to take 15 minutes to sink the boat. Well, what do? You go run, you try to put out your life rafts. You know, what's the point of having a life raft on the boat if the boat can never sink? And so there are times, like for example, my boat just rolled over in 100% wind, okay? So because I know that boat can sink, it makes me want to launch my life raft. It gives me a reason to have a life raft, and it gives me a reason to want to make sure my boat sinks in a slow enough time that I can launch the life raft and not die. And so I think it's valid. It's certainly valid gameplay, but the reason why there's such a community of people talking constantly about ships sink too long and I want ships to sink is because you had a bunch of YouTubers who have huge, you know, oh my God, ships don't sink. Huge player bases of, you know, I would say there's nothing wrong with it, but generally kids who, like, if they're not having constant excitement, they're bored. And so they want to be able to have a ship sink in 5 minutes because that's the length of their attention span. And so if it took longer than that, they're bored. And so they brought a lot of people to buy the game. And I'm grateful for that because those people came and bought the game, and it makes the game viable so that I can play it and that we keep getting updates. And so this notion of their gameplay is different than mine, so therefore they're wrong and they suck, I hate that. I think it's a stupid idea. At the end of the day, we all need to get along as a community and realize that, you know what, sometimes I'm going to lose a little bit of my gameplay, 1 or 2%, so that somebody over here can have some gameplay, so that we all can have a game to play. You know, and that's kind of my whole thesis on it. And that's why the devs balance certain things in. That's why certain things are unrealistic, is so that an 8-year-old kid can still figure out how to play the game. You know, 88 seconds. Ships take so long to sink in stormworks. Ships take so long to sink in storms. 151 seconds. Again, it is like, does anyone not get my point here? It's like literally, I can make these ships sink as long or as short as I want. By adding a second door, I went from 88 seconds to 151 seconds. So one door was 151 seconds, right? 2 doors is 88 seconds. And then this right here takes 11 minutes. Right, this one right here takes This one right here takes 11 minutes. And, you know, I do certainly, like, pay attention to the game a hell of a lot more than a lot of people, but, like, if you go back to, like, some of the things, some of my videos when the pressurization major update first came out, you'll notice things like when you open a door, the air pressure would come through the hatch so fast. Like, when I opened that door, what would happen? The water would come up, the air would go out, and it would literally blow you out of the way. All right. Now, that is realistic, right? You can see it in videos of them scuttling ships for reefs, that the air pressure comes blowing out violently because the water is coming in so fast, it is pushing the air out so fast that it is dangerous. And we had that in game when the pressurization major update first came out. But the problem was that you would open a door and it would blow you out of the way and kill you. Or you would be in the room when the water comes in, and guess what? It's going to pressurize the air, and it's going to kill you. And so then you had players complaining, oh my God, this game is unplayable. You know, I open a hatch and I die. Not understanding the delta P problems because they don't know any physics. And so the devs are like, we can make this game realistic to this level, but the problem is it makes it less playable. And so the devs had to come up with a balance. Change realism to increase playability, and change realism and playability to make the game approachable to a large enough audience to pay the bills. And that's the whole thing here. And yes, they're going to make some mistakes. They're going to balance is going to be out of whack at times, but they have to be concerned with these things. So like this one will take 11 minutes. So if you want a ship that, oh my God, the door is open. Oh my God, we're sinking. Let's go ahead and shut the watertight doors. All right. Let's turn on the bilge pump and pump out 8,600 liters of water. You can do that. So, like, this is why it frustrates me and why I keep harping on this is, like, literally everybody can have their gameplay with the current system. you just have to like take the 5 minutes to watch my video, or 10 minutes or 15, whatever this video was, and learn how to do the things you want. And you can have a ship sink fast, a ship sink slow. You can do whatever you want. Instead, people want to boo and hoo and cry about other people's fun, which is just, I find it ultimately frustrating, because it's like, just take 5 minutes to learn how to build the ship you want, and you can have whatever you want, you know? And that's why it drives me nuts at this point, frankly. Because it just, to a certain extent, it screams of laziness. It's like, watch a 15-minute video, go build this ship you want, and play, instead of spending 3 hours on Reddit bitching, frankly. Yep, and I have no problem with the way that some people play. You want to go download somebody else's build and bash it into the docs? Be my fucking guest. Because that person paid for their copy of the game, they get to do it. And the benefit is, guess what? That makes it so, you know, look at it from a selfish perspective. Because somebody else bought the game to play it a different way than you, you don't have to you don't have to pay extra money for your game so that it stays alive. So, like, I'm thankful to those people who buy the game, play for 20 hours, and fuck off, because they keep the game alive, you know? And that's okay, you know? And it's okay for them to play for 20 minutes, get bored, and leave. Oh, exactly, Rasmus. Like, people need to be careful. Like, be careful what you wish for, asking for realism. Like, somebody I got in the comments with the other day of they want the devs to completely rework aerodynamics so that we can have gliding. Now, you know, I said, as somebody with a degree in aeronautical science, I'm perfectly fine with the way it is, and the devs are not going to reopen that can of worms again, because guess what? This is what the devs have to be concerned about. What are these pinged? Why am I getting pinged? Stand by, guys. That message came a while ago. All right. So stand by real quick. So this is what the devs have to worry about that we as just players don't. All right. So they have to worry about coming on here again, right? Remember, they got their asses chewed by the community. Some of it legitimate, some of it not, for breaking a ton of shit on the workshop. Now, I think a lot of the community was really just, they needed to grow up and stop being whiny and be like, hey, dude, you know, I literally took a couple weeks off of stormworks, played some farming sim while they were working out the bugs from the pressurization update, and I came back. I had zero frustration. I was not pissy, and I just played the game, and I enjoyed it. And literally, in a couple weeks, they had the game pretty much in a state where there were minimal problems. And they were doing some tweaking and some balancing, which people were asking for. It might not have been you, but certain people were asking for them to balance X. And so they'd balance X. And then Group B would go, boo, you balanced X. Yeah, but Group A asked for X. And again, you need to understand you're part of a bigger community. But this is the problem, is like the person asking for the aerodynamics rework, you're going to break this build. You're going to break this build. You're going to break this build. All right, you're going to break this build, you're going to break this build. Let's see, you're going to break this build. You're going to break, let's see if we can get another plane. We'll just go through the planes. But they're going to break all these builds. So you're going to break this build. 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 You're going to break this build by Citrus. He's going to cry. You're going to break this build. You're going to break this build. You're going to break this build. Oh, they're not going to break that sweet build there. That's a good one there. You know, so that person who wants you're going to break this build, he wants them to break all of these builds like they did, you know, they broke some builds with the pressurization update that people cried and cried and cried about. He wants them to break all of these builds so that he can glide. Now, as somebody who is, you know, was a commercial airline pilot, first of all, what you think gliding is not what gliding is. A lot of people like who have never flown an airplane try to tell me what gliding is like. I've never had an airplane where the engine was completely shut off ever in my life. All right, but I've simulated it hundreds and hundreds of times as a flight instructor through my own training. I've done it simulated in the Level D simulator, which counts as real flight time. I've done dual engine failures. And what people think that, you know, an airplane with no engines on is nothing like it really is. All right, you know, there are gliders. Like Jan is the only person I know with glider experience in the community. Gliders are a completely different beast. Like, let's look at a glider. We'll talk about the wing of a glider. Not a glider chair, you jackass. Google. All right, so like look at the glider. All right, it has a long, thin wing. All right, incredibly light, very low drag profile. All right. The glider is designed to glide. That's what it does. It even has winglets to try to stop vortices from coming up and causing induced drag. Okay, look at how tiny it is. To keep the weight down, it only needs this one GMO in there. It's as light as humanly possible, all right? That is the point of a glider, all right? This glider can stay up and glide pretty well, all right? All right, this glides like shit. All right, I've flown this in the simulator with both engines failed, and I landed on the runway. I did the best case scenario. I went back and landed on the runway. All right, this thing is an absolute brick and a dog when both engines fail. All right, brick and a dog. Why? It's got a, look at the wing ratio compared to the glider. All right, look at the wing ratio between the two of them. This has a long, thin wing, right? High wing to body ratio. Like, look at the length of the wing compared to the length of the craft. You know, like, this is a good picture to illustrate, like, the wing design. It has high camber on the wing. You know, low drag coefficient on that. Look at the wing on this. This has a swept wing, which does not like low speeds. It's doesn't have a ton of drag on it, but, like, look at the size of it comparatively to the glider. This does not glide for shit. Now, if you look at so the problem is a lot of these people get a little bit of information and they think they know something. Is, you know, like, you look at the glide ratio, like, useless, completely useless, Google. So here's a glide ratio. So, like, this is talking about light jets. 12 to 1 to 14 to 1. So for every 1 foot of altitude you lose. Let me see if I can find. I've flown, no, I didn't fly. That's a Mustang. I didn't fly that. Let me see. Try flying glide ratios. But again, like, there's a big difference between, like, what the book says and what you're going to be able to get. You know, and the problem we have in game is mainly an issue of momentum. We just don't have the momentum. Now, guess what? We have all the tools required in game to be able to make this. All you have to do is do the rocket fin glitch, and you can glide. This is how people do glide bombs, right? So let's see, ERJ 45, power off glide ratio. It should be power off glide ratio, but I'm trying to see if it shows. They generally don't even really, like, this stuff's hard to find because nobody does it. To lose 2 engines in a commercial airliner is exceedingly rare. There's a reason why you know the Miracle in the Hudson is because it's exceedingly rare to lose both. You almost never lose both engines. Trying to see if they're not showing good glide ratios here. I can't even find it because it's so exceedingly rare to ever glide something like that. And so, like, these people want they want the game to completely. They want all these builds on the workshop to be completely invalidated and piss off the, like, huge portions of the community who have to then go back and fix every one of their airplanes, which, again, the community already has demonstrated that the community cannot handle that they're going to throw death threats at the devs, and they're going to yell and scream, and they're going to make discords that whole purpose is to shit on the game, and they're going to review bomb it and everything else because they have to refigure out how to do things, and that would hurt their brain. And so the devs are not going to do it, and especially not for something as trivial as, well, I like to glide. Okay, well, do what we do in, you know, we simulate gliding in flight instruction all the time. All right. You simulate gliding in flight instruction all the time. What do? You pull the engine back. That's what you do. You know, I fly a lot of these airplanes in game, and they feel like they do IRL. You know, people who have never have flown an airplane in their life will tell me how, you know, how an airplane's supposed to feel, and I'm like, how would you know? You know, and so I've flown. I'm trying to think how many different models of airplanes I've flown at this point, but you know, many different trainers, multiple different models of jets. You know, and you get somebody who's never put their foot in a plane before trying to tell me how an airplane's supposed to fly, and it's just exceedingly frustrating. Let's see, where's my park brake? Park brake? Where's the hell park brake on this? I can't even remember. I haven't used this in a while. There's park brake. All right, so like this is modeled after a Comanche. All right, fixed wing, fixed gear, fixed pitch propeller, Piper Comanche. I've flown these IRL for hundreds of hours. I used to flight instruct in one of these. It's got a big square Hershey bar wing, and I did the Captain's Flight School series in this plane, and the whole point of this was to demonstrate how, you know, how to realistically fly an airplane like this, you know, and so this plane feels very realistic to me how it would feel IRL. My airspeed indicator looks like it's detached at the moment. All right, so my hands are off. This is flying the way it would. It's got extra pitch in it because I've got the flaps down, which it would IRL. You do pitch power configuration changes. You need to trim. We'll trim it out. Okay, now let's do a stall. All right, so we're going to do a stall. This is going to be a power off stall. So power off stall is with full flaps, like you're coming into land. I don't have an airspeed indicator, but I don't need it either. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to hold my altitude. And eventually we'll keep slowing down. I'm going to stall. We are currently stalled. This is stalled. Okay, we are stalled. Stalled. All right, this is called gliding. We do glide in game. Do we drop faster than we would in real life? Yes. But guess what? You do drop pretty goddamn fast IRL. And now you power up to recover from the stall. We power up, we break the stall, and we recover. That's exactly what you would do in real life, and guess what? It behaves how it would IRL. I just follow the exact procedures I would teach a student how to recover IRL. All right, let's do a power on stall. Power on stall is simulating over rotation on takeoff. All right, so you go, it's hard to do in game, but we go full throttle, we pitch up too high, too fast. Now, our engines are way overpowered, so I'll usually go like 30%. You hold it, you hold it, you hold it, you hold it, you hold it. What's going to happen? The nose is going to drop. Oh my God, what's it do? Exactly what it do IRL. The nose drops. So you drop the nose, you regain airspeed, then you climb out. Exact procedure you would do IRL. All right, that's exactly what you would do. You do a clearing turn. All right, so the planes fly pretty freaking realistic to IRL. All right, now let's say, now again, they don't glide as much as they would in real life. That's how you train in a real airplane. I've never shut the engine completely off in a real airplane. It's too dangerous. You don't do it. All right, you simulate it by bringing the engine to idle. So if we bring the engine to idle, all right, we'll bring the engine to idle. The engine is now at idle. Okay, you bring it to idle, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to do, this is a simulated engine failure. So I will show you how I would do a simulated engine failure IRL. All right, we have our airport in sight. All right, that's going to be our target. We're going to try to land back at this airport. All right, this is what I would do IRL. All right, now we're going to have a backup place in case we can't make it. Just any sort of area where we can touch down. All right, so we're not going to make the airport, so we're going to keep the nose down. We do not want to stall. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to start dumping some flapping. Flap, 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 flap. All right, and yes, we do drop faster than we do IRL, but it's not unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination. Like, people think that gliding is this magic thing. No. The other thing is people think that you do gliding at 50 feet. You don't. You know, you go up to 1,000 feet. You know, normal pattern altitude is 1,000 feet for a reason. All right, so like we used to do these maneuvers called power off 180s. You have to do it for your commercial license. So I'm going to do a power off 180. We'll see how close we get. So yeah. The momentum in game is what I would say is less than it should be IRL. But Again, do we really think that the game should completely be rebuilt from scratch so that a couple people can go do gliding every once in a while? I think the answer is clearly no, as it would break so many vehicles that, again, the devs would get shit on, and it would put their business in jeopardy and put the game in jeopardy. So that's why I'm so against that as well, is it's just, again, it's such a small use case. And if you want to glide, okay, real simple. So make the engine, bring the engine back to 10% power. That will simulate gliding. We used to do simulated engine failures all the time, and you just bring the power back. That's it. And in-game, you don't have as much momentum as you have IRL, so what do? Instead of bringing the engine all the way back, bring it back to 10%. And guess what? Now you have a plane that behaves like it's gliding. You can do it yourself. You don't need them to rewrite the game. You know, like in the next game, you know, would it be great if everything was realistic? Sure. You know, but they're not going to do it in this game. So, like, here's a power off 180. So you're coming, you're on pattern altitude. So first of all, let's get to pattern altitude. So let's go to 1,000 feet. All right, so 1,000 feet. All right, coming down on downwind. Let me get down to 1,000 feet. I don't have my airspeed indicator, which would be nice. I don't know why that's unhooked, but all right, there's 1,000 feet. Let's maintain 1,000 feet. All right, so we used to do these for my commercial, and the goal was you had to get back on the runway. Now, likely, again, our glide ratios are not as good as they are in IRL, but it's like 10% throttle. So let's bring the throttle idle. You bring it to idle, beam the numbers, and then you duck in. All right, so now I'm completely idled on this. I'm going to go up to about 10%. So where it feels like I feel like a glide ratio would be. That's about normal glide ratio is right about there. That feels to me like a normal power off glide ratio right there. That's about normal power off glide right there. That's what it feels like to me from all my experience doing this. All right, so that's normal power off glide. So literally just bring the engine back to 10%, and guess what? You've now got an airplane that glides in-game. Okay, it's not challenging at all. It really isn't. And then you can use the glitch if you want, where you do the rocket glitch. And what that does is it essentially adds extra lift, and it reduces drag, because we have more drag and less momentum than we would IRL. And that's, you can do it already in game. It's just people that, again, they want them to completely rewrite the game for this small use case. That's not going to happen. All right, let's get off the rant. I agree with Tripper. Gases has been an amazing thing. Pressure, people forget. Pressurization was in the poll. A lot of the community wanted it. I'm thrilled with it. Let's actually work on the finish up T-test right now. Like, literally, I made an air brake system, and a bunch of other people have been making them that works the way it would work in real life, all because of this pressurization update. You know, the downsides, again, people are like, oh my god, my engine dies after 2.7 kilometers. Literally put a fluid port in a gas relief valve, and it won't do that. It's super simple to fix these problems, too. Yes, the comments help. Yeah. I'm not against the comments. It's just like, the thought process is just funky to me. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point, too, is like some people, they see challenge and they say it's supposed to be a game. You know, for some people, that's what's fun with the game. That's what's fun with me, is the challenge of it is what makes it fun, because when something's difficult and you overcome that, it's rewarding. When something's easy and you overcome it, it's like, oh, well, it's easy. I don't care. And some people need to learn that lesson, that it's the challenging thing that makes it rewarding. Yeah, I agree. The game is getting better all the time. Like, people say, oh, the game's in the worst state it's ever been. What that reveals to me is they're saying, I don't know what I'm doing, which is perfectly reasonable and fine. But instead of asking for help, I'm going to go on Reddit. And that's the problem, is a lot of people, you don't know what you don't know, and so the appropriate thing is to ask for help. And a lot of those people, they just get frustrated. Instead of asking for help, they assume the game is somehow broken because I should be able to figure this out. And it's like, there's things I don't know. Like, I don't know shit about Lua. And so when I need some help with Lua, I ask the people who know how to do Lua. Like, Rasmus and I are going to work at some point on some Lua stuff, because I don't know shit about Lua. And Lua, I find to be frustrating. And instead of saying, boo, stupid Lua, Lua stupid, I say, you know what? There's nothing wrong with Lua. I just don't know it, and I need to learn it, you know? Paul, you just saw me sink a ship in 33 seconds, right? Oh, watch the tutorial video. Yep. Hello, Paul. Yeah, that's why I find it a little bit frustrating. Is it's that I literally it would be one thing if they commented on a different video, but they're literally commenting on the video that I show the thing they're complaining about. And it's like, because you'll get a lot of people and they don't want to take the time to learn something, but they'll take 3 times the amount of time to rant about it. And it's like, well, go learn the thing, man. It's like, it's why I put out all these tutorial videos, is to help the community learn these things. And it's like, literally on the video that teaches them how to do the thing they're complaining about, it's like, just watch the video. It's me building. It's my workshop. I work on the projects for all the different series. So, not Stormworks 2. From what I intuit, is it's going to be a more focused game on a specific thing. And what I foresee is because the devs have stated they're staying with Stormworks, and they're going to support it for a long time. And so what I think they're going to do, and I think that's the right course of action, is, like, for example, the art style in Stormworks is timeless. There's a reason that our characters look like this. All right? If you made a hyper-realistic character that looked like as close to a person as you could make it, it would look dated. After 5 years, the latest PlayStation IP that has hyper-realistic looking people, the game would look dated. By making it cartoony on purpose, it makes it so the game is timeless. Like, people go play Minecraft. I don't even know how old Minecraft. You can play classic Minecraft, and because it's cartoony, it doesn't look bad. And so that's part of why they did the art style the way they did it, is to make it timeless like that. So this game really could literally stay on forever. Like, imagine if they stuck with this game, still did minor updates every 2 weeks, did major updates every quarter, maybe every year or every 2 years did a DLC. This game could go on forever because there's nothing really wrong with it. There's nothing that's not timeless about the game. They could keep adding to it, and it would work and work and work. Now, eventually, they might get into tech debt where the file size grows so much that it has problems, or, some of the interconnections it needs with drivers become a problem. But for the most part, a game like this is timeless, can last forever. Same thing with Kerbal. Like, Kerbal's a good example of a game that, like, original Kerbal, that's a game that can go on forever. Let me look at the store page when it released. 2015. So Kerbal released, and it was in early access before that. And so Kerbal, like, let's look at the Kerbal's page. So, like, you look at Kerbal, like, Kerbal has an art style that's cartoony on purpose. Kerbal looks fine today. Like, this looks fine. It looks fine today because, almost 10 years later from release, because it's purposefully cartoony. And the point of Kerbal is to do orbital mechanics and building. It's not to wow you on graphics. Like, Star Citizen is a pain in the balls because it's taking so long that the game's goal was to look super gorgeous and hyper realistic, and it looks dated already because it's taken so long. A game like this looks great because it is meant to look cartoony. That's its goal. And so, like, Stormworks really doesn't need Stormworks 2. Like, again, I would say, like, if you guys have been following what happened with Kerbal 2, like, they literally just fired the entire dev team of Kerbal 2. I paid $50 for this game. Steam won't give me a refund. Like, you look, the art style, yeah, that looks better. But the game is now in seriously, potentially dead Like, look, it's overwhelmingly negative now because literally Take-Two Interactive, one of the most profitable publishers, just fired the entire dev team. You know, and I've got 1.2 hours played and I can't refund the game. You know, and so yeah, this looks better, but the gameplay is less than the old Kerbal, and it is it's a friggin' zoo this right now. And so guess what? It's a good cautionary tale to Stormworks. Is it's better to keep a game that is loved, as you see, very positive on Kerbal ratings on here. This is the old game, very loved. The new game is I clicked on Stormworks. I meant Kerbal. Here's Kerbal. Overwhelmingly positive on Kerbal, and then you have overwhelmingly negative on Kerbal 2. So do I think it's a smart idea for the devs to put out Stormworks 2? One, they'd have to make it, they have to increase the fidelity of the graphics to make it worthwhile. They have to add innate gameplay into the game. They have to make all the physics, quote, better in order for people to not whine and complain that they have to buy the new game. And so I think it's better stick with the old game, like with Kerbal, keep updating it, throw some DLCs at it to keep the revenue in, and keep working. And I think that's what the devs of this game are going to do with Stormworks. Now, not Stormworks 2 is going to be a more focused vehicle building game from what I understand they're going to do. And so, like, for example, let's say they make not Stormworks 2 and it's going to be a war-only game. And so it's going to be building kind of like Stormworks, but it's going to be, you're going to have AI enemies that run around. You're going to have, the multiplayer is going to be a smaller environment instead of having 256 by 256 map, which we have. You know, our map is 256 kilometers by 256 kilometers. Let's say it is 30 by 30. More than that. Let's say it's this area here. So it's a much smaller map, which is easier for multiplayer, right? You put smaller boundaries, and now you can have 10 people flying around in here fighting enemies with less lag because you're not having to render the entire world, you know? And so, like, you could see that as a focused game that would be worthwhile and that they could pull off pretty well. And so that's what I think not Stormworks 2 is going to be, is a more focused, smaller scope game. Now, the problem becomes this, is do I want to go fly around in a multiplayer environment with 10 people and shoot? Probably not. So I won't buy it. You know, so you alienate, so you make a lot of the player base not want to buy it. It's not going to be Stormworks 2. That's why they specifically said not Stormworks 2. And so those of us who like Stormworks will keep playing Stormworks. If you want to maybe go play a little bit in that game, you'll play a little bit in that game, but you might come back to Stormworks. So that's kind of the whole thing with not Stormworks 2. Do rooms with physics flutters? No. A physics flutter is essentially making a room solid. That's its job. So we'll verify it here, but I'm pretty damn sure. I shut the doors on this. I should have left the doors. But this, again, this will sync in 11 minutes. So you can see that, here, this is the example here. Is this one syncs in, what, 30-something seconds? This one didn't sync because I shut the doors. 88 seconds. This one was 120-something seconds, I think. The one that had the bomb syncs in 33 seconds. 151 seconds. And this one will sync in 11 minutes. So, like, again, you can make things sync as quickly or as long as you want. And I think that is the perfect balance, is give people the ability to do whatever they want in a sandbox game. That is the whole point of a sandbox game. So, like, we'll do a quick physics flutter test here. Let's see. All right, so this here is just, it's full of bombs and shit. So if we go ahead and we cut a hole in it. Now, sometimes physics flutters don't like it when you keep them open. Fuck, the bombs went off. Let me kill the bombs on that. So sometimes it doesn't like to spawn with the physics flutter. So likely it's going to sync, but let's try this instead. Let's take the sync box. Let's put a physics flutter in here. Because it's supposed to be putting essentially making it a solid brick. So there's a physics flutter right there. Right. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and spawn that. Doors are shut. Because you need it to spawn in, because what it's doing is it's flooding the room with physics. So you kind of need it to start with the room closed. But now you notice I can't step in this room because it's literally in there. So I'm not sure if it syncs or not. We'll see. But I can't get in the room. So I'm not sure. I've never tested it because I don't know why I would. But I can't get in this room. Like, watch what happens if you try to get in a room with a physics flutter. Again, it's making the room a solid box. It behaves as though it's a solid box. So let's do this real quick. I'll actually test it. I've never tested it myself, so it'd actually be a fun test to do. Let's go delete you. Let's take a liquid meter, liquid. Let's go ahead and we'll put a... I'll do it on the top. Why not? Go like this. Let's take a liquid meter. Let's take a barrow. So it's a good test, good question. All right, so that one has a physics flutter in it. Oh, you jumper, you sucky, you missed. All right, there we go. So again, the thing with a physics flutter is it makes it so you can't go in there. Let's go ahead and see what happens. It might let water in. It does. Okay, so it's letting water in. That's good to know. Yep, but it's letting water in. It just will not let your character in. So the water does go in. So good to know. Yeah, so they're mainly for optimizing the build. So like if you look at the F2 menu, you look in there, see that yellow square? That's what it's doing, is it's flooding the entire room and it's making it one block. And so that actually makes perfect sense, the liquid works, because I put physics flutters in my ballast tanks and I put physics flutters in my fuel tanks. So that makes sense that they made it ignore liquids. But, for example, you can't have a moving weight, like my stability weight, you cannot have in there. Any moving part, because, again, it's a solid brick. But it does let liquids, it lets liquids and gas through, apparently, which makes sense. So, as you can see, that's what it does. It's mainly for optimization, so that it makes it one single brick instead of... Because what it has to do is it has to animate both sides of the box. So let's put one over here. So let's grab the sink box on the other side. Find my cursor. So here's the sink box on this side. I should put it down to the water level. But like this one does not have a physics flutter in there. Let's open. It's like you can see inside there before I open the doors. See how there's like 1, 2, all these different faces. So now that these are open, you notice that all these different faces are in here. That's what a physics flutter is doing, is essentially taking it. So like, if I grab the beam trawler. So if you look at my beam trawler, this can add and make things laggy. See how many wedges I have in here? It's having to animate this face and this face of the wedge. And so this is like this is a physics nightmare. Well, it's not that bad, but this is a little bit of a physics nightmare because the game is having to animate this face and this face. But I have a physics flutter in here, so it doesn't have to. It's flooding all of this with physics, so this all becomes one block. And that makes it much more optimized. So now I can't even, I won't be able to actually go in there, but I can no-clip and look. So like if we look in here, you notice it's one brick. So this is flooding the entire thing with physics optimizing it. So that floods that area with physics. So that instead of having to animate each face of all those wedges, it is just like, nope, one block. So that's the whole concept behind the physics flutter, is it takes an empty room, even like you can put it in fuel tanks, and it's not having to animate each face because guess what? You're never going to go in there. You're never going to see it. So why animate it? So that's how it saves resources. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you, Mur, there. Yeah, I that statement's really good. And the whole "you have fun" wrong is so dumb. That's the exact way I would put it. Is it's so silly. It's like it's gatekeeping. It drives me nuts. It's the same thing when people are like, "This is supposed to be a search and rescue game." Is like, dude, the amount of people who want to do a complex building search and rescue game where you have to spend 2 hours learning how to build something simple, and you spend 400 hours building a ship, and then only go do search and rescue is exceedingly small. Like, I love doing search and rescue. You just noticed the last couple days I've spent a lot of hours working on my rescue helicopters, on my rescue ship, doing all this shit. I will not, like, I get bored and I want to go do mining, and I want to go do fishing. And so, and I play a hell of a lot of this, and I don't get bored easily. And I still want to go do something else. Like, one of the reasons we're not doing mining today is I didn't feel like doing mining today. But there are times when I don't want to do any rescues. I want to go do mining. And you can do that. And sometimes, guess what? Like, you don't go do search and rescue on a train. And so some of those people want no trains to exist. Well, guess what? There's a whole community on Discord that all they do is build trains. And so every one of those players would not have bought the game if you couldn't use trains. And so guess what? That money has to come from somewhere. The devs have to come back to you, the search and rescue player, and say, hey, give us more money. We're going to go out of business if you don't. And you're like, well, you know, I don't want to play any more money. Guess what? Game stops getting supported. And then you go, poo-poo, the game died. That's sad. I wonder why that happened. Yeah, because you were gatekeeping and you didn't let more players come and play this game. And you weren't willing to financially support it, and the game went out of business, you know? I think it's so silly. Yeah, it does still. So I should have thought of that because, like, I put them in my fuel tanks. Yeah, like it was a couple days ago in the when I had the career game that nothing was working properly. I flooded my front hangar. I flooded my back hangar because I rammed into a boat. It's like my ship would have sunk if I didn't close the doors and have bilge pumps. And it's like, you know, they all sink. Like it just, I still see it too. It's like people like ships don't sink. I'm like, on what fucking planet are you living? Because I like literally the video I will post showing 3 ships sink, people say ships don't sink. And I'm like, what crack are you smoking? Like, what crack are you smoking? That literally you're watching the video where I'm showing you sinking ships and you're telling me they don't sink. It's like, I'm just like, where are you getting your drugs, son? Because that is real interesting to me. Because you're getting your drugs from somewhere, because like I'm literally just showed you a ship that is sinking. Oh, your goats swam away? Yeah, Tripper has goats. I saw your truck on the thing there. Yeah. Go fish all your goats out of the ocean, dude. Like I really want farming we talked a lot about farming yesterday. Like here, let's go back. We'll just do the chatty chat for a little bit here. Let's go back on the workshop. There have been some cool ass builds on. It's mostly on Discord, but. On the official Discord, people have been building some cool tractors. And so, like, some really cool farming stuff. Like, dude, people would love them some farming. Like, build tractors, build combines, build trailers for tractors, build implements for tractors. Like, here, I'll bring up some of my tractor stuff. Like, I spent, so, kind of old history here. Back when they did the pressurization update, which was the first update ever, space, all that bullshit. I took a little break. I'm like, hey, you know what? I knew that they were going to be working on the game. Things were going to be changing. I didn't want to, you know, I was like, it'll be nice to take a little break. I'll be re-energized to play. Let me see, what was it? Elk. What the hell is, where is it? So I built this farm tractor because what I did is when the pressurization major came out, I took like a 2-week break and played Farming Sim multiplayer with a bunch of guys. I made a farm tractor. I made a, you get the baler. I made a baler. Here's the tractor and baler together. You know, made a big Heston baler. You know, this was a hell of a lot of fun just to build. Now imagine we have some gameplay. This is where a lot of these people don't get it, is like it's a building game and you build something. But guess what's even cooler than just building something? Building something and then using it. And so that's what's cool with a game like this is you can take this and then you can go use it. Do I have the brakes on? I can't remember how to drive this freaking thing. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I didn't start the... Did I start the engine? I can't remember what I'm doing here. Oh, what the hell. So, like, anyways. So, this build here, you know, I made a simulated PTO that actually moves it. I have a plunger that's simulated in there. It's super cool. And wouldn't it be even cooler if we could actually take this build and go do stuff in game? And that's what a lot of these people miss is, like, you can have this game be search and rescue when it was just pretty much search and rescue. And guess what people were building? Military equipment. They were building farming equipment. They were building spaceships that had no use. And then they put some use to those things. And that is like the best thing with a sandbox game is keep giving you actual reasons to build stuff. Because people are going to build them on their own. But if you give them a way to use their builds, it's even better. Yeah, pretty much my favorite is Industrial Frontier. Like, I'd get them all anyway. The amount of money they are is nothing as far as I'm concerned. Like, the base game's $24. Each DLC's, say, at max price is $10. So you're talking $54. A AAA game is $77 now. Let's say 70. So, like, you could buy the game and every DLC for, like, under $60. And I've got 6,000 hours. So it's a tiny, tiny fraction of like, you know, what other types of entertainment cost to buy this game. And it's like, it's why when I keep seeing these people like, oh, you know, it's going to be another DLC, boo-hoo. It's like, I wish it was. Like, I would love it if they put out more DLC because I want them to stay in business. And that's how you stay in business as a company is you know, you friggin' make some money, you know. Why am I not starting? I don't know. We're up and running. Okay. There we go. You know, so, you know, I've got 3-point hitches on this. I made a bunch of cool implements. The 3-point hitch works. The PTO is simulated, so I turn on the PTO. You see the PTO rotating. It's then read by the baler, and the baler moves at the rate of the PTO. Like, imagine if all this stuff worked, and we could actually take this out there, and we could go farm a couple fields in the game. Like, people would love this, you know? And that's why I hate that gatekeeping shit. Is it's like, dude, there are a bunch of people who, like, they have not been interested in the game yet because there's nothing they want to build, but they love them some farming. And now they say, oh, shit, that would be cool. And there are people like me who are like, oh, I'm bored of mining. I'm bored of fishing. Oh, crap, I could go do some farming. And so every once in a while, you go change up what you do, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. You know, and that's why I think that gatekeeping is not only silly, but it's harmful to the overall health of the game. It's why it annoys me. Is it's that gatekeeping, it's gatekeeping cash that the game you like needs to survive. And it's in all of our best interest for people who might play differently than us to buy the game, you know. And they're not taking away your gameplay. That's the thing that I find silly with the search and rescue purists is nobody took search and rescue away. If they deleted search and rescue, yeah, you've got a point of argument. But they didn't, you know. Glad you... Thank you, Echo. Appreciate it. What are you out there grabbing buffalo for there, Tripper? You don't want to know what he does with the goats, pigs, and sheep. Yeah, like, you know, I think animal husbandry would be fantastic. Like, the ability to go harvest the animals, right? You just get them to come with you, either the ones you pick up or you can lure them. And then, like, for example, it would be super cool if we could ride horses. And then let's say you have to lasso cows. So you ride a horse, you lasso the cow. Now the cow follows you because you have it lassoed. And you put it on a trailer. You then drive the cow from point A to point B where you have a fenced-in area. You open up the gate, you put the cow in. Now, over time, if you have a bull and cows, you get more cows and bulls appear, and they're either juvenile or they're full grown. Once they're full grown, they can be sold. And so now you have 200 cows in your pens. You go, you harvest up 50 of them, put them in your trailer, go deliver them to a sell point, sell them, money. That's a lot of fun because you have to build, you have to build a place to keep them. So you build pens with a static workbench. You have to build a trailer to put them on. You get to ride horses and lasso. You get to pick up the animals. You have to feed the animals. I think that would be a great way to get survival mechanics in. So, for example, you can go buy feed, or you can go harvest feed, and then you have to put feed in troughs. If you don't have feed in troughs, the animals die, you know, and so your number of 200 now dwindles, so you have to make sure you go feed them. I think that's a lot of fun gameplay. You know, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, that's, you know, I see it all the time. It's like somebody who, like, what are your qualifications to fly? Well, I've played games before. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I've flown a lot of planes myself. Yeah, exactly. Like, for real gliding, you know, you have updrafts, you have thermals, you have rotors coming off mountains. You know, we don't have that in game. You would need that. Like you could do some cool things with gliding. I'm not against it. But again, they would have to change too much stuff in the game, and the community has demonstrated that they are not mature enough to do that. They will throw a hissy fit. And I think the devs have learned their lesson. We're not going to make big changes because the community throws hissy fits. And I think that's the right message, because too much of the community has demonstrated that they're going to throw too much of a hissy fit if the devs change big things. And so I don't think they're going to do it again. They're not going to do it. You know, if the community had one, I think the devs should have released it in a better state. Two, I think the community should have had a better thing and at least waited a couple days. Like, you know, we've gone over it plenty of times. Don't go over it again, but it's not hidden. You can go back to Steam. You can click on the latest update, and you can scroll your ass down. We'll do it real fast. Scroll your ass down to October 12th, 2023. Where are we at here? January 26th. We're getting close. You know, you don't have to listen to people's bullshit on Reddit. You can go look yourself, and you can see what happened. Because, like, people will be like, oh, it took the devs, like, months, and they ignored us, and they didn't even address the issue. Like, these were all claims that people made about the space DLC that you can go back and check on your own. Like, people will say it took a week before the devs even acknowledged the problem. Okay. The problem was October 12th, 2023. Came out in a broken state. Absolutely. You know, I did videos on it. I put out a video called What a Difference a Day Makes. Go watch that. So people will say it took the devs completely broke the game. Ships didn't even float anymore, right? That is a valid claim. And the reason this happened was they put, you know, the gravity used to be 1G, right? You're on the land, 1G. Makes sense. They now add space, so they need 1G, 0G, anywhere in between 1 and 0G, and then they need whatever it is, an eighth of a G on the moon, whatever it is. All right, so they went from a world that only had one gravity to a world that has multiple different gravities, okay? And so they screwed up a number. They absolutely screwed up a number. It was probably rushed. They were in a rush state. Every DLC has come out in October. They probably felt rushed. They should have pushed it. They didn't. We all acknowledge it. Okay. So they say, oh my God, ships, all my ships are sinking. People, their fucking hair was on fire for no good reason. Okay. Relax, people. People are saying, the devs are never going to fix this. They never fix anything. Boo-hoo, hyperbole, bullshit. All right. So look at the date. Thursday, October 12th at 11:07 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, 11:07. October 13th at 6:41 a.m. Less than 24 hours later, they resolved ship buoyancy and other gravity issues. Okay, they explained what it is, and they fixed it. So when people say the devs, you know, the ships were broken for a week, no, they weren't. You can look right here, and you can see 11:07 a.m. You can look right here and see 6:41. I believe that was 18 hours. So in 18 hours, the devs figured out what the problem was. They came back and they fixed it within 18 hours. You can look at the next date. This is not even the next day. This is less than 4 hours later. Less than 4 hours later, they fixed the jet engines, and they fixed SRB fuel weight. You can then look. All right. People said it took a week before the devs even addressed the problem. That was something people will say. Bunch of bullshit. October 13th, the very next day at 8:08 p.m. Now remember, that's 8:08 p.m. my time. That is midnight. That's actually more than midnight. That's 1 a.m. That's 1:08 a.m. dev time. The devs, they were working on this thing. They released it at 11:07. They came back at the next day. So they were in the office at 6:41 my time, right? So that's with 5 on that, so 11:41 a.m. So they had it fixed by 11:41 a.m. So it means they were probably in pretty early, fixed it. Then at 1:08 a.m. they came out and addressed their issues to the community. So these guys were literally worked a 14-hour day that day to fix our game for us. So does this not make all those people who are crying and whining and review bombing and death threats and all this, doesn't it make them look like silly little spoiled children? That these guys, there are 4 of them too, remember. There's only 4 developers. They worked a 14-hour shift to fix your whittle game that you couldn't go a day without. What did I do? I took the day off from playing the game and I played some farming sim. We had a lot of fun, playing farming sim multiplayer on stream, and I took a little break, letting the devs fix the game. That was, I would say, would be the mature thing to do. And so when they say the devs did not address it for a week, bunch of bullshit. They literally addressed it the next day. All right, and they fixed the main issues. So instead of just coming and pissing honey into our ear, they went to work and they fixed the main issues that were causing problems in the game. The people accused them they'll never get fixed. They did it within 18 hours. And then they went through and they explained it. Now, I'll even read through this because, people will say, oh, the devs were blaming us and all this other bullshit. You can literally go back and read. Just go back and read. All right. Yesterday was the launch of the Space DLC. The bad news is there were some issues. The good news is that over the last 24 hours, we've released some hot fixes and major issues are now resolved. Absolutely. This was the main issue that caused people to really lose their minds. Fixed within 8 hours. This one was less severe, fixed within 24 hours. Was that for 24? Yep, fixed within 24 hours because it was released at 11. So within 24 hours, they fixed all the major issues that were causing game breaking, like game not even playable issues, were fixed within 24 hours. All right, so that makes sense. Over 24 hours, there were some hot fixes and major issues are now resolved. I would call those are the major issues that made the game literally unplayable. Your ships would not float because the gravity was too high. All right. Many players have asked for details. Let's discuss. So when they say, oh, the devs didn't even address us, they ignored us for a week. Nope. That is with about 20, I don't know, within 48 hours certainly, but the next day. All right. Sinking ships. Some of the new gravity mechanics had unintended reactions with some of the physics optimization for vehicles, result in some vehicle parts weighing slightly more or less than they should. This was often an issue with larger vehicles. Yep, my large ships were sinking too low in the water. So again, there was problems because they screwed up the gravity. They fixed it within 18 hours, and they're explaining what. They explain what happened with jet turbines. All right. They put in new atmospheric mechanics. They were trying to make the game realistic, right? Be careful what you ask for, right? The air is thinner up higher. Now, this is where it becomes a balancing problem, right? I used to fly up at 41,000 feet, okay? The air, that was as high as the Eclipse 500 could go, was 41,000 feet, all right? Now, in-game, the farthest point in-game is like 128 kilometers from one point to the other, right? So there's no point you going up to 41,000 feet because it literally is a 15-minute flight in a jet. So you're not going to go up to 41,000 feet and come right back down, right? So what do? Again, the game world is small, so you go up to a not as high of an altitude. So if the world is a quarter of the size of the real world, right, you say you go up a quarter of the altitude. So instead of going up to 41,000, you go up to 10,000, right? So what the devs did was they tried to essentially make it smaller, make it a microcosm. So now, if you go up to 10,000 feet, that is equivalent to 41,000 feet. So essentially what was happening was, they know you're not going to go up to 41,000 feet. So they made it so like at 10,000 feet, the air is too thin to run jets. And the whole reason for this is they don't want you to run jet engines all the way up into space, okay? And it was a smart idea to try to make it so the jets would eventually starve like they would in real life. But it was a balancing problem. People wanted to go up to 30,000 and they couldn't because they didn't realize there was now there's going to be an altitude compression because the world is so small in game, right? So a few hundred feet up. So again, there was a balancing issue there. They balanced it. The issue was also resolved. Steam and modular engines. There were some issues with steam and modular engines. Absolutely, Tripper can certainly attest to this. Absolutely legitimate stuff. Working through the kinks of a major update that caused major changes to the way the game works. And I put out a video in November, the beginning of my Steam tutorial series. I talked to Tripper a bunch, asking him some questions because he's the Pope of Steam. So within a month, Steam was the way it pretty much has been. They've made very tiny minor changes, like getting rid of the useless pressure node in there. All right. Let's see. Testing. Now, this is the one they said, believe it or not, we actually did several months of full-time testing. I absolutely believe it. How many of us have built a build, did lots of testing, and we released it to the workshop, and somebody's like, hey, guy, tried opening this door, and it won't open. All right, you can do a lot of testing and still miss things. The more complicated something is, the more likely there are things you're going to miss, all right? So I absolutely believe they did enough testing, but like any human being, they're going to miss things, and they did. And again, they don't have time to play the game and develop the game, so they don't have time to find every little tiny way we play the game and find every little bug. So, so here they oops, shit. Fuck, that just closed. I'm not scrolling back. But anyways, so, like, you guys can go back and read all this stuff of what happened there, and you can see the timeline. You don't have to guess, I'm going to try to quickly get through chat here. I mean, what is the game? Ships at sea. Let's take a look at it. Like, I'm absolutely all for sailing too, but it's not something that's going to hold my attention for all that long either. Like, that's another, I think after the next fishing major update, which is the next major update, I think sails is next. But, like, I get the people who want sails. Sails important for a big part of the community. But, like, I'll do a little bit of sailing, but it's not going to hold my attention for very long. But, again, because I care about the community and I'm not selfish, I want those people to have their fun, And guess what? It's going to bring in more players. They're going to buy the game so that I don't have to pay more money, right? It's good for all of us. Let's try to catch up with chat, guys. Yeah, Kerbal 2 is a bummer. I think it's pretty shitty what happened. But again, that is the danger with what people are thinking that the devs should just, start stormworks 2. Is it could get in that situation where the graphics have to be better to make people want to buy a new game. The game has to have new features to make you want to buy the game because you already own Stormworks 1. If Stormworks 2 doesn't blow it out of the water, a lot of people are not going to want to buy Stormworks 2, who already own Stormworks 1. And what that does is the developer has to put out a huge amount of money to build a whole new game. And in order to invest that much money, they need a return. So Stormworks 2 would have to draw every single player away from Stormworks 1 pretty much, plus new players to make it financially viable. That's the business element of it. People have to understand that. And so, again, you get a bunch of the poo-poo whiny people in the community who say, well, I'm not buying another thing ever again from GeoMeta. So why the hell would they want to do what you want? Because you've already told them you're not going to buy their product. So why would they want to go spend a bunch of money to build a product you're not going to buy anyway? All right, so you know it's biting your own head off. It's silly, you know. A small 14-footer with outboard. Yeah, there's a place that I've been walking lately that has a waterfall and a bunch of, you know, you can bring your boat to the ramp. And I would love to get just a tiny little boat and run around there. It'd be fun. Oh, we got another Norwegian, huh? Another Nordic person? Excellent. I need more Swedes. I don't have enough Swedes for my unpaid mining operation. Pretty much all of the people in my mining operation are Swedes, except a couple. Well, the thing of it is this way. You could look at it as it took me a few hours to just fine-tune a 16-cylinder engine to make sure it doesn't overheat. The way I would look at it is you've now learned a valuable lesson in the methodology and how to make sure things do not overheat. And the next time you go to make an engine not overheat, instead of taking a couple of hours, it will take you 30 minutes. And then the next time you do it, it'll take you 15 minutes. The next time it will take you 5 minutes. And then it will take you 2 minutes. And I put an engine together now that doesn't overheat in seconds. I put an impeller. I do the shortest run I can on the cooling loop. If it gets a little high in temperature, I double up the cooling, and it doesn't overheat. And so I tend to look on the kind of the opinion of it. Yes, the first time you do anything is going to take. First time I did an autopilot took me forever. Like I went back and tuned in an autopilot today, got it precisely where it needed to be. You know, your PID tuning skills get better and better and better. You start to see the relationship between the different values. You start to understand the mechanics of why this plane requires a higher p-value than that plane, because this plane has smaller ailerons. And so therefore it can't roll as fast. So it needs a bigger p-value to get those on max deflection quicker. You know, and so you start to understand those relationships. And the cool thing is it's a learning experience. Once you learn that information, you know more than you did yesterday, which I think is a cool thing. Is there a way to restock? Not really. You can just go and spawn them in the base, but most people are despawning their vehicles a lot. But one thing you can do is like just go on the workbench. Like one cool thing you could do is you can make yourself a little container. So like, for example, like let's say you're going to do your ship, right? You can do a refill station. So you could do something cool like this where, you know, like you could make a lot of fun out of this too. Like say you want to restock your ship, right? So you make a restock brick, and let's say it has all the things you need, right? So here's your restock brick. It has all the things you need, and you put a rope anchor on it, and you go ahead and you put that on there, and you take the crane from your ship and you hook it onto there, and you hoist it on your ship, and then you manually refill everything. You know, that could be a little bit of fun, that when you go to a port, you need to refit your ship. So something like that you can turn into a bunch of fun. That's weird. What do you mean your vehicles are fusing to whatever they touch? Ground, dock, trees? I've never had that issue. Yeah, build a resupply ship's kind of cool. Yeah, but like, you know, it's like with the fishing stuff. Like they add fishing stuff, and then you watch all the different discords, you watch the workshop, and it's just filled with fishing stuff. You know, and you get all those people who poo-poo that nobody's going to want to do this. Nobody's going to want to fish for more than a couple hours. They're going to get bored. They're talking about themselves and saying, I don't want to fish for more than a couple hours. I am going to get bored. And instead of being a mature adult and realizing that other people are different, other people, like for example, I would be bored to tears knitting. But guess what? Knitting is not for me. Other people can knit every day of their lives and just love it, you know. And so those same people might hate playing video games, and it might be boring as shit to them, but they can knit all day and have a blast. And so it would be silly if that person was like, boo, video games shouldn't exist because video games are boring, and I should use my power as a master knitter to make sure that video games are abolished, right? And it would be just as silly as me to be like, well, knitting should be abolished because, boo, knitting is silly. You know, and it's a very juvenile mindset, I find. Yeah, but, dude, if they put farming in, you'd see so many tractors in game. Like, I love Farming Sim. Farming Sim's job is to be a farming simulator. You have 10 different plants, crops to plant. You have... you got to get rocks up, you got to fertilize, you got to weed, you got to do this, and animal husbandry, and all this shit. And it's very in-depth farming, but guess what? You can't, well, you can, but you can't fly airplanes. The map, the map isn't contiguous. So when you fly an airplane, if you did get an airplane mod in there, you can see that it's a square map, and it breaks your immersion. And, so there are a lot of things like you can't go out on the open ocean really in Farming Sim. That's not what it's made for. So, Stormworks' job is to be a building engineering sandbox world. And so, yes, the farming is not going to be as detailed as Farming Sim, but I can make a farm tractor however I want. And I can make a combine that I made up in my imagination that's super cool. Or I can take a concept combine that will never come out in the world and I can make it, And that's like where people don't realize this. They're like, oh, if you want to farm, go play Farming Sim. I play Farming Sim for a different reason than I would play Stormworks. I play Stormworks to build my farming equipment and to use it. I play Farming Sim to just farm, Yeah, I think they really need to take a harder line on some of these death threats and like people swatting people and like there are people like one of the mods on Reddit now whose Discord was levying death threats at people. And again, you got to take control of your own Discord. You have the forum. You're responsible for the conduct of your members. You got to boot their ass before they do that shit. You can't just be like, well, it wasn't my fault it wasn't my fault that somebody came to my house and made death threats on my telephone, FBI. No, the FBI is going to come and be like, why didn't you kick this dude out of your house? You have to take, if you overhear them making death threats on your telephone at your house, you have to call the police. That's your job. That's your responsibility. You can't just be like, well, I didn't do it. No, well, did you hear them making the death threats? Well, you have to take care of it. It's like people swatting people and everything else. It's like they need to go treat these as acts of violence, which they are. I think Steam needs to do a better job of booting people. Again, you have no right to stand in a store and rant and rave. You can go do it on the public sidewalk outside, but you have no right to do it in the store. They can boot you out at any time. I think sometimes Steam needs to just be like, see you later, dude. Not interested. See you later. Your discussion privileges are over. Like there are plenty of people who do threats and who, violate the Steam rules, and Steam just pretty much, they should be booting them at some point. You come on my, my platforms and you act like a prick to other members, you're getting booted. I've got no patience for it. You start abusing other people on my Discord, you're gone. It's what, like, I have a pretty, long leash on people on there, but you start abusing other people, you're gone. See ya. Yeah, there was a good documentary on, of how they, they pretty much, they snubbed and screwed the guy who came up with Kerbal. We'll see you later, Rasmus. Yeah, usually what I do is when I go up to dock, I shut damage off. And, people make a big deal of the physics sometimes of, like, ships blowing up and stuff like that. But the thing that is kind of universal in games is you can't have two immovable objects touch each other, essentially. Or, two objects cannot occupy the same space. And if you have two immovable objects, You know, they're going to try to phase into one another. In real life, if a ship was banging up against a dock in a storm, the ship would bend, part of the dock would crumble. There's some sort of flexibility in there. The game cannot program in the dock to crumble, the ship to bend. And so what do we have? We have more basic stuff where the ship, it does damage, it makes a little explosion that radiates some damage. The dock is undamageable. We cannot damage the dock. And so one of the problems is if you get two blocks phasing into one another, the game doesn't know what to do. You've got two blocks that are supposed to be separate that are now in the same spot, and the game freaks out. And so the best thing I find to do is when you dock, make sure you shut damage off. You know, I don't think it's a big deal. It's something I do in my career games. I always put on the custom menu. You know, you put a ship in. Let's get the wind going here. Oh shit! I keep clicking on the add-on editor. You know, you get the wind going here. The best thing to do is to shut damage off, because now what's going to happen is that ship, right, in real life you'd have a bunch of fenders. The ship would be protected because you'd have soft sacrificial elements on the dock. And so the best thing I find to do is when I dock to a dock, I will rope off. Now, you don't want to dock to a dock in a hurricane because those sacrificial elements are not going to be good enough to overcome the force of the hurricane. So what do a lot of ships do? They go out and they anchor. And so you kind of have to follow some of those rules. Is 100% wind is a frickin' hurricane. So go out and anchor. You know, when you're gonna dock, even if there's like no wind, if two blocks keep banging into each other or pressing up against each other long enough, they'll damage. And so would they do that in real life? No, you'd have tires or fenders on the side. So just shut the damage off. That's usually what I do. I find that works best. Yeah, verify your game files. It sounds like there's something up with your game files. Game should be on high physics. Verify your game files. It sounds like there's something wrong, because like this is my whole thing with like if people have problems with the game like that is you see that I'm not having that problem. You see a lot of other players not having that problem. So likely there's something wrong locally, and it could be game files. So verify the integrity of your files. Try reloading. Make sure you back up your save file always. Try that stuff, because likely there is some corrupted file that is breaking something. Try a new save. You know, all these, like, you don't have to delete your old save first, but start a new save. Does the problem go away? If yes, then your save file is corrupted. So that tends to be the path I would go through on that. You can. You follow my tutorial on how to add the custom menu. Here we go. We'll find the tutorial here. You literally go on my, you know, I've made a video for that. I've made a video for most things at this point. So, here, I'll put this in. Here is the tutorial of how to add the custom menu to any save. So, right there. You follow that link, you watch that video. It's very short, and it says in the description, what I think it says in the description what, no, I did not put it in the description. I should do that now. Let's do that real quick. Here, I'll actually show you live how to do it. So you find where your game files are. All right, there we'll show. Display cap. Let's go to saves. All right, so I know this save here this is my career game. Okay, so all you have to do is find a custom game. So right here is my custom game. Where the hell is it? Where the hell are you? 5.8. Should be 5.8. Right here. Custom game 5.8. You go to scene. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's bright. All right, go right here to game mode settings, and if you look, you have creative menu equals true. Copy that. All right, now go back to your save files and find the one that you want to have the custom. So this right here, this is a career game. Click on scene. Now I've already added it. Creative menu equals true. All you have to do is add that line right there. Creative menu equals true. And now your career game has the creative menu. And so now with your career game with the creative menu, you can set whatever options you want. You want to shut off damage? Shut off damage. You want to change the weather? Like, I was doing this earlier in the career game. We were friggin' every time I rotated the missions, it was nighttime. And I did a couple night missions, and I was sick of night, so what did I do? Override the time, and now we can do some day missions. You know, this is the biggest thing I tell people to do is add this custom menu because, oh my God, I just spent 20 minutes launching my ship, getting it out there, getting it ready, and I forgot to do X, Y, or Z. I forgot a fire extinguisher. Okay? No clip. Get a fire extinguisher. No clip. And now the game's fun again. I didn't just ruin 20 minutes because I forgot a fire extinguisher. So I recommend everybody put the custom menu on because there's a difference between cheating and there's a difference between I legitimately made an error, I forgot to do X, Y, or Z, and, you know, I was able to quickly go back and get a fire extinguisher, which I just forgot to put on the boat. And because in real life, what would you do? You'd go back, you'd walk back, you'd find a fire extinguisher, you'd put it on the boat. In game, you got to despawn it, you got to go in there, you got to add it, you got to respawn it, you got to go through the startup procedure again. It takes all this time. And so to a certain extent, you're being more realistic by just flying over, grabbing a fire extinguisher, right? It just makes a hell of a lot more sense to do that than to do it. So I highly recommend everybody add the creative menu, or, you know, because you can shut all the options off, right? You can come in the custom menu and you can make it completely 100% a career game by shutting off all these options if you want, right? You can do this, and now guess what? It is a career game with all of the things that you want on there. Like, sometimes I've gone out in a boat for 25 minutes to go to a rescue, and I forgot to connect one electrical node, and now I can't do the mission anymore. That is not good gameplay. That sucks. That is frustrating, right? So all you do is you click on Infinite Electric, you do the thing you need to do, you shut it back off, and now you're back to playing. And instead of it being a miserable time that's frustrating, it's become a good time, you know? And so, like, little stuff like that. For example, I just had to make a new save because of the fishing update. I had drilled for a ton of oil, so I keep getting in situations where I'm super low on diesel. Well, guess what? I had a ton of diesel. And all you have to do is click on Infinite Resources, spawn your ship. It's now full of diesel. Go back, shut off Infinite Resources, because guess what? I already spent my time drilling that oil before I had to make a new save. And now it doesn't affect me negatively if I have to make a new save. It's not a big deal because I earned that diesel legitimately. All I have to do is do that, and now there's no fretting. You know, there's no problem. You know. So I highly recommend you do that. So you absolutely can turn on the menu. Just follow the tutorial. You know, and the benefit with that tutorial is you can already take a save you already have and add it. And if you don't trust yourself not to use the options, you can do what you need to do with it, then delete it, and do it. And like I said, you know, IRL, you're not going to damage a ship just parking it up against the dock in calm seas. You can in game sometimes. So what do? You shut off damage, and you don't have to worry about it. It just bangs and bangs against the dock, and it's not going to get damaged, and you're good. You know, and then it's actually adding realism by taking it away. You know, it's adding realism by shutting off damage, because in this situation, you really wouldn't get damaged. And then as soon as you get back out to sea, turn damage back on. And now you have a better gameplay experience. I have an issue with my boat engine dying after about 30 minutes, even though my tanks are vented. Should I add a pump? Could be your exhaust. So put air manifolds on your exhaust ports. So here, let's do it real quick. So exhaust deletion. What? Oh, let me. I changed all the settings. Let's fix all that shit. So this is exhaust deletion, right? Take an exhaust port, Take a manifold. All your exhaust gets deleted. All right. So try that. All right. Put that on your exhaust manifolds. So what this will do is if your tanks are ventilated, the other thing is you said your tanks are ventilated. Did you do tool tips and see what the pressure is in your tanks? That's one thing to check. The other thing, are you pumping from your tanks into your fuel manifold? You usually don't need to do that. Sometimes what people are doing is they're pumping the air from their tanks, which are ventilated, into their pipe going to their fuel manifold. And then what happens is you've got 60 atmospheres of air pressure in your fuel line. And once you hit 60, your fuel cannot get in there because it's full of air. You're clogged. And so, way to fix this is one, if you ventilate your tanks and you don't pump, the air can backtrack and go out. So I never put pumps on my fuel manifolds. The engine will pump its own fuel. That's another thing it could be. Even if they're ventilated, you're clogging your air system up. It could be exhaust. I had this issue with a 5x5 yesterday that the exhaust was eventually not getting out fast enough. Try this. This will delete your exhaust, and you don't have to worry about that. If after 30 minutes it's still good, it's an exhaust problem. So a process of elimination. Do one thing at a time. Do exhaust elimination and do the exhaust deletion and see if it still happens. If it doesn't, it's an exhaust problem. Try putting more exhaust on. If it still doesn't work, you want to have fun at the end of the day, just put exhaust deletion on there and you don't have to worry about it. Because every once in a while you get to a point where something is not realistic or something is legitimately broken, and usually you have the tools to fix it. Use stock engines. Yeah, but you should be able to test all this stuff out. So, like, for example, like I said, when you're ventilating your tank, let me see here. Yeah, so you could be pumped. Spawn your ship without fuel, pump fuel, and pressure will add itself. Tanks. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I would test those things. Process of elimination on this. All right, guys. I think we're gonna finish it up there. Got a lot of builds done. Got some good rants going today. But yeah, yeah. So try those things out. That should help. But yeah, it's I don't know. I get a little bit passionate about some of these things too, especially the sink and ship stuff. I'm so over at this point. It's like I've shown so many times how to sink at so many different rates, and I have no problem with people saying I think there should be a balancing change. I have no problem with that. Balancing is always going to be an art form, not a science, because you're dealing with how people like to play a game, and it's a personalized issue. The thing that annoys me is when somebody's like, poo-poo, I don't want to do, so take this away. I don't believe in this notion of just trimming parts of the game off. I love a lot of the pressurization update. We built a lot of good stuff. This notion, the devs are not going to do it. They're not going to throw away all this shit. There's a bunch of people who think that, oh, everybody's struggling with pressurization. No. You may be struggling with pressurization. Other people might also be struggling with pressurization, but a lot of us have figured it out, and it's working fine. And I put out many tutorials. Alistair's put out tutorials on this stuff. There are a lot of tutorials in there of how to do some of these simple things. Like, you've got people who want to throw out the pressurization update because they can't be bothered to put a gas relief valve and a fluid port, 2 parts, and it will fix their system. So I get it. It's frustrating when something's not working, but I think this jump to just hacksaw it away is bad. It's better learn the new mechanic, because guess what? Eventually you might get to the level where you realize, oh, this thing that I used to hate now allows me to do 10 new cool things. And now that I can do 10 new cool things, my enjoyment in the game has increased. And that's why it annoys me, is I'm afraid the devs are just going to be like, screw it. People are crying and complaining. Let's just get rid of it. Because that does happen from time to time. So, that's important. So, all right, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.